morning, everyone. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to our hardworking central staff, employees. Good morning to our testifiers, and a special good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary meeting of October 21st, 2021 is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, can we please have a roll call?
Senator Milton Potter.
Present.
Senator Potter present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens absent. Senator Norvell E. Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis Jr. present. Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Carla Joseph present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Franklin D. Johnson present. Senator Stephen Payne Sr. Senator Payne Sr. present. Senator Genevieve Whitaker. Senator Whitaker absent. Mr. Chairman, you have 5 present and 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have a quorum, so we will proceed. Before we do, please record Senator Whitaker as present. Colleagues, I want to just make a pitch this morning to the people of the United States Virgin Islands once again. For those folks who are on the fence regarding taking the vaccine, the COVID-19 vaccine, I just want to make a personal pitch once again to ask you to consider taking the vaccine. And they say who feels it knows it. And I think like perhaps thousands of Virgin Islanders who have suffered the unnecessary, I think, and preventable loss of a loved one who was not vaccinated. I want to urge you to consider doing it. Consider doing it not necessarily just for yourself, but for the loved one in your life, for those vulnerable persons with pre-existing medical conditions who, because of a compromised immune system, they are much more susceptible to getting this dreaded virus. I urge you to consider doing it. Once you're vaccinated, the probability of spreading the virus is reduced significantly, and the probability of death and hospitalization is reduced in a massive way. So, you know, I don't engage in the debates anymore about, you know, the efficacy of vaccinating versus not vaccinating. I just know, based on the science, based on the facts, based on the information that we know, getting the vaccine saves lives. And it really puts us in a position to get to a more normalized existence once again. The more persons who are vaccinated, the greater the probability that this dreaded epidemic will come to a close. So I'm off of my soapbox at this point. Madam Clerk, do we have any pieces of correspondence to be read into the record at this time? Please record Senator Gittens as present.
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. Colleagues, we will proceed with our agenda. Madam Clerk, can you please read today's agenda into the record?
The Committee on Rules and Judiciary has scheduled a meeting for Thursday, October 21st, 2021, in the Fritz E. Loetz Conference Room on St. Croix to consider the following. Block 1, Commissioner of the VI Police Department. Block 2, UVI Board of Trustees. Block 3, Bill number 34-0074, a resolution honoring and commending Holland L. Redfield II posthumously for his extensive and continued contributions to the Virgin Islands of St. Croix and the entire Virgin Islands community as a whole. through his role in various areas of service in the territory and awarding him the Virgin Islands Medal of Honor for public service posthumously, sponsored by Senator Samuel Carrion and Genevieve R. Whitaker, co-sponsored by Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. Block 4, Bill Number 34-0047, an act requiring the Department of Agriculture and the University of the Virgin Islands to create a plan to develop a community seed bank program to store and preserve seeds for preservation against climate change, natural disasters, and other situations that could lead to total annihilation of crops, plants, and other fauna and flora, sponsored by Senator Samuel Carrion and Marvin A. Blyden, co-sponsored by Senator Milton E. Potter. Block 5, Bill Number 34-0062, an act amending Title III Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, Section 65A, relating to filing vaccines on board and commissioned by adding subsection G to require membership on board and commissions to be gender balanced, sponsored by Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Invited testifier, Abel Bakar, President, New Horizon Women's Democratic.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, we are honored today to have before us the governor's nominee to head the Virgin Islands Police Department, Commissioner Designee Mr. Ray Martinez. Mr. Martinez, I'm seeing you clearly on the video. Please just introduce yourself just as a mic check before we proceed.
Thank you. Good morning. Ray Anthony Martinez, Police Commissioner nominee.
Okay, we seem to be hearing you loud and clear. Mr. Martinez, we want to thank you very much for, first of all, accepting the challenge. I think I have told you that I believe that the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Police Department is far and away the toughest job in the executive branch of office, toughest cabinet level job. All of them are challenging, but the Commissioner of Police position is a very tough and challenging and often thankless job. So I really applaud and appreciate your willingness to serve in this position, to put yourself in the firing line, so to speak. Commissioner, as we proceed with this nomination hearing, as is usual, I want to ask you to please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony and responses you're about to offer during this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Director Martinez, please proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, Senator Milton E. Potter, Chairman of the Rules and Judiciary Committee of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Members of the committee, other members of the 34th Legislature in attendance, virtually or in person, the Virgin Islands Police Department staff, family, friends, people of this territory. I am Ray Anthony Martinez, Commissioner nominee of the United States Virgin Islands Police Department. Firstly, I would like to thank the Honorable Albert Bryan Jr. for this opportunity to continue to serve. Let me also begin by acknowledging and thanking the officers of every rank and my dedicated civilian staff, territory-wide, for their continued commitment to the people of the Virgin Islands and the Virgin Islands Police Department. For without them, there is no VIPD. Senators, I sit virtually before you today, not knowing what lies ahead. However, certain my principles, confidence, knowledge, and extensive career of service has prepared me for the role of police commissioner. Make no mistake, The road I have traveled getting to this point in my career has not been paved in gold. Like many of you, I have endured many a trial and tribulation, yet I remain undeterred. For it is these experiences that drive me, that compulsion to serve and achieve. Often battered and bruised, I am a strong, proud Virgin Islander, son of the soil, who wants the best for his home. This is how I do my part. Prior to my appointment as the Police Commissioner nominee, I served more than 2 years as the Director of the Law Enforcement Planning Commission, the LEPC, commencing in April 2019. As the LEPC Director, I oversaw the agency with exclusive oversight to administer, monitor, and evaluate several streams of federal funds that address criminal justice, juvenile delinquency, and victim services initiatives from the U.S. Department of Justice grant programs. I was previously employed with the Virgin Islands Police Department from April 2003 to January 2015, where I served in various roles as a Labor Relations Manager, Director of Internal Affairs, Special Assistant to the Police Commissioner, Acting Deputy Police Commissioner, and Criminal Intelligence Director. It was during this period I became smitten by the law enforcement bug, an interest that quickly mushroomed into an infatuation. I also served 6 years as a member of the Public Employees Relations Board, the PERB, and subsequently 3 years as its executive director, where I honed my labor relations skills. In addition, I served several years as executive assistant to then Lieutenant Governor Gerard Luz James II, and over 8 years as an aircraft rescue firefighter and crew chief with the Virgin Islands Port Authority Fire Department. I am a graduate of the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center's FLETC Criminal Investigator Training Program, where I hold the distinction of being the only Virgin Islands law enforcement officer to graduate from this course. I obtained a Bachelor of Science in International and Comparative Criminal Justice from Kaplan University and a Master of Science in Criminal Justice with an emphasis on research from the University of Cincinnati. I am also a certificated paralegal and a proud U.S. Army veteran, having served with the 1st of the 87th Light Infantry of the 10th Mountain Division. I am a member of the International Association of Chiefs of Police, and most recently became a member of the Association of Caribbean Commissioners of Police. I am also a proud product of the Government of the Virgin Islands public school system, where I graduated from the St. Croix Central High School Golden Class of 1986. I have had a distinguished life as a public servant, and I am always willing to serve. My greatest accomplishment thus far, however, is my transformation into a family man. I am married to Diana Martinez and the father of 3 children, Danelle, Ray, and Raiden. Since accepting the nomination, the overwhelming question I've been asked is, why would you leave LEPC and return to VIPD with all its problems? I've consistently responded, this is my home, and I have no intentions of leaving. I believe I possess the knowledge and leadership abilities necessary to lead the VIPD. So with the blessing of my wife, the decision was not a difficult one. The Virgin Islands Police Department is a primary law enforcement agency within the territory. Our mission is to ensure public safety, to protect life and the property of residents and visitors, to detect and arrest criminal offenders, and to enforce all the laws of the Virgin Islands. The department is an apparatus with many moving parts, running a non-stop operation 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Success is contingent upon balancing statutory mandates, policies and procedures, and adherence to collective bargaining agreements in conjunction with available resources and evidence-based strategies to address pressing crime issues within our community. Violent crimes continue to be the plague of our community. Historically, these violent incidents occurred at nights and on weekends in places deemed high crime areas. Of late, there's been an uptick in daytime and early evening incidents occurring in busy business and public areas. This unfortunately suggests that perpetrators are not in the least worried about being identified or harming innocent bystanders. In many instances, violent actors have been lying in wait or surveilling victims. This further suggests violent actors are taking the time to gather intelligence on their victims, as opposed to utilizing classic opportunistic means. These methodologies make it even more difficult for investigators to solve cases. As a result, the community is once again calling into question VIPD's ability to safeguard them. Traffic initiatives and saturated and proactive patrols have been instrumental in the seizure of guns and drugs, as well as in the apprehension of violent criminals. Enforcement of the traffic laws has proven to be a valuable tool in removing guns and drugs from our streets. Even with these ongoing initiatives in place, there are a handful of individuals who continue to openly disregard our traffic laws. I've received substantive complaints and have personally observed young men operating unlicensed, uninsured motorcycles without regard for established rules or the safety of others on the roadways. In addition, most of these cycles have altered exhausts, which make them a noise nuisance, especially in residential neighborhoods. We are working on a multi-agency plan to safely stop, ticket, and confiscate when necessary these cycles. I have further tasked the chiefs and the deputy chiefs to increase the traffic enforcement efforts in their respective districts using federal overtime funds. From every corner of the community, there has been a call for VIPD to increase efforts that dramatically reduce murders and gun-related violence. Intel-driven firearm initiatives targeting individuals known to possess illegal firearms have netted 24 firearms and 17 arrests between July and September. Despite increased checkpoints and initiatives leading to arrests, brazen gun violence appears unabated. The introduction of a violent crime reduction strategy is integral to any success we intend to realize. As violent crime continues to trend upward under my leadership, VIPD is committed to increasing efforts to reduce violent crime within the territory by developing a multifaceted violence reduction strategy based on proven evidence-based strategies. Utilizing research from a combination of traditional hotspots, intelligence-driven, problem-oriented, community-oriented, and focused deterrence policing strategies, our violent crime reduction strategy will have a real-world impact. The plan will be two-tiered, with an aggressive short-term emphasis on substantially increasing police visibility in concentrated areas and prioritizing street-level deterrence and arrest of repeat offenders in these areas through strong intelligence gathering. The long-term portion of the plan incorporates a focused deterrence strategy that reduces conditions associated with violent crime, that helps break the cycle of violence in areas and with persons that have long been associated with continued acts of violence. This long-term element is not VIPD enforcement-centric, but rather requires collaboration with outside stakeholders, including the Office of Gun Violence Prevention and the Governor's Advisory Council on Community Violence Intervention, as well as other departments, nonprofit organizations, and businesses. He who has intel is king. A strong intelligence unit will serve as the catalyst in aiding with our investigations. Returning to the department after more than 6 years, I understand the actors and the landscape of crime has changed by epic proportions. However, with properly trained intel personnel, the department will be better equipped to detect and disrupt criminal activities with intelligence-led policing. Coupled with evidence-based strategies and crime analysts and the Intelligence Bureau to collect and analyze information from a variety of sources will lend to the advancement of criminal investigations. The department's intel unit must be revamped, and to do that, I felt it was necessary to take this posture, to establish an MOU with the NYPD Intel. 4 NYPD officers will be stationed in the territory, 2 on St. Croix and 2 on St. Thomas, for a period of 6 months to train and engage throughout the community, working side by side with VIPD officers. For several years, VIPD faced challenges which affected their inability to effectively police. Personnel shortages, low morale, and consent decree mandates, to name a few. In the past year and a half, response to the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic has stretched already limited personnel resources. A portion of the department's focus has shifted to helping reduce the spread of infection by enforcing stay-at-home orders and encouraging social distancing, while still responding to calls for service. Our COVID team, with the assistance of partner agencies, performs a yeoman's job in combating the virus spread by ensuring safety protocols in accordance with the governor's executive orders are strictly adhered to. With inordinate changes in leadership, law and policies, resources, community needs, and technology, VIPD still relies primarily on traditional, a reactive policing model as its chief operational strategy. Since 1972, and every 20 years thereafter, the traditional model has been tested by criminologists with the same resulting outcome. As a standalone operational strategy, the traditional model is a failure. Studies found that reactive patrol time is not only largely uncommitted time, but that it is also unproductive time. In addition, it also found that isolating police officers in their cars and making them solely responsive to radio calls for service ties them to the dispatcher. Thereby, they are less responsive to the community and its needs. On this premise, centralization efforts, coupled with our multifaceted strategic approach, is the way to go. Departmental efficiency and operational effectiveness are essential components of increasing community support and confidence. Moving forward, VIPD needs progressive executive leadership decision-making that identifies the most effective use of staffing and resources. This unprecedented time also provides an ideal opportunity to test approaches that may continue to improve the delivery of services after the pandemic is contained. Operational effectiveness will rely strongly on the strategic plan and violent crime reduction strategy. I am still evaluating the strategic plan that was introduced 1 week before my nomination. I do not believe in reinventing the wheel. I will export the credible recommendations and combine them with my team's vision and expectations. As an immediate crime reduction strategy, I've instructed my leadership team to focus on technological assets in our possession to enhance crime reduction efforts. To put this into perspective, we have focused high visibility policing in specific areas of concern. As you traverse the popular Christiansted Boardwalk, you can observe our live view mobile solar surveillance units. Since the introduction of these units on the boardwalk, there has been a decrease in snatch and grab incidents and robberies. The department has received rave reviews from merchants, residents, and visitors who feel an increased sense of security in the area. We have also deployed similar units on St. Thomas and St. John. The live view systems provide our chiefs and commanders with live feeds from multiple high-definition infrared and advanced cameras with imagery and information that aids our personnel, responding directly to those locations, thus reducing the lag in response time. In the past week, we received an additional 6 units to add to our growing inventory. Those units will also be deployed in short order across the territory to bolster our crime fighting and reduction efforts. It is my intent to also integrate our live view systems into our real-time crime center package when it comes online. Currently, we are in negotiations with Skywatch. They specialize in producing mobile surveillance and deterrent towers. The unit would provide the Virgin Islands Police Department yet another force multiplying capability. 1 officer utilizing the Skywatch system would provide our operations division the capability to monitor large gatherings. This asset would support us in areas where we would be unable to deploy our drone systems. We have been working on deployment of a drone program over the past year. With the approval of a recent purchase order, our fleet will increase to 6 functional drones and 2 practice drones. We anticipate the arrival of those to the territory within the next 90 days. As we continue increasing our enforcement prowess, we cannot lose sight of the fact we are surrounded by water. As the lead enforcement agency within the territory, we are in the process of increasing our marine assets with the purchase of 3 additional vessels for open sea interdiction and shore patrols. We have an excellent working relationship with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, DPNR, and the VI Port Authority, and the U.S. Coast Guard. We will continue working alongside them in marine patrols and proactive marine initiatives. Strengthening the working relationships with our federal partners remains a priority. Since my appointment, I have had fruitful meetings with Homeland Security Investigations, the High-Intensity Drug Trafficking Agency, HIDTA, of the DEA, Federal Bureau of Investigations, and the Customs and Border Patrol. VIPD, through its assigned task force officers, are engaged in ongoing local and federal investigations of criminal groups. Likewise, the U.S. Coast Guard, the U.S. Marshals Service, and the National Park Service Police are working alongside our officers in weekly initiatives, ranging from marine COVID-19 response to fugitive apprehensions. Along with the VI Attorney General, I am also a member on the executive board of the Puerto Rico Virgin Islands HIDTA Task Force, which meets regularly to discuss tactics addressing the proliferation of drugs, guns, and gang violence plaguing the territory. Since my nomination in mid-July, I have met formally and informally with several of the unions, where I provided an overview of my leadership philosophy and my current plans. I've met with the federal law enforcement partners from the FBI, HIDTA DEA, Homeland Security Investigations, and Customs and Border Protection. I've held introductory meetings with the Consent Decree Independent Monitor and attended quarterly Consent Decree evidentiary hearings. I've approved the purchase of new marine assets and upgrades of marine engines. Purchase orders are approved for our new NIBIN systems and microscopes in each district. I've dialogued with the police unions regarding plans for a 12-hour shift stipulation. I've traveled to New York City along with Governor Bryan and Senator Payne, where we met NYPD officials to obtain information on modern crime-fighting techniques and the use of technology, to include crime-fighting techniques and technology and the strategic use of limited numbers of law enforcement officers. We've received information about the real-time crime center operations that aid in crime prevention, investigative services, and anti-terrorism techniques. We attended the NYPD CompStat meeting. CompStat is most valuable as an instrument to increase communication and accountability within the police department among the chiefs of police and its commanders. We met with the National Networks for Safe Communities out of John Jay College, creators of the focused deterrence model, of which I am a strong advocate. I announced my leadership team at a press briefing on September 3rd. My leadership selections were based on experience, leadership skills, respect amongst their peers, and a desire for positive change that promotes the police department. As I said then and say now, my goal is to stop reacting to crime and instead move forward with prevention tactics. We can no longer continue this trend of being reactive. We must become more proactive. Proactivity begins with a plan. Rest assured, I have a plan. Part of the plan was to assemble a leadership team necessary for the continued growth of the VIPD. Some members of the previous leadership team remain in their current positions, while others will be assigned the duties that complement the leadership structure. I have given you updates and listed many challenges and recommendations. In the attached addendum is a comprehensive list of the challenges and recommendations I've touched on today. I ask that they not be shared publicly, but I welcome an offline conversation as it relates to my assessment and recommendations. Based upon my assessment, the following is my list of immediate actionable items. The redeployment of the operations division within 60 days. That includes the centralized operations, which are patrol, investigations, and special operations, to obtain insight from the chief negotiator regarding the extent of management's rights to implement shift changes in accordance with the CBAs, to develop a 12-hour shift stipulation with input from the unions, to develop and implement a centralized deployment plan. Case management in 30 days, to schedule a case management conference between the Attorney General's office and our Criminal Investigations Bureau, to select violent crime cases with the greatest solvability factors and to put extensive efforts into closing by arrest, and also to begin a search for a case management system. A vacation schedule to be implemented in 14 days, to implement an annual vacation schedule that provides officers the opportunity to plan holidays and summer vacations, for that vacation schedule to be fair and equitable based on your 3-week time off annually, and to obtain advice from several mainland departments as to how they scheduled overtime in their respective departments. In 60 days, I aim to establish the Intelligence Unit Memorandum of Understanding with the NYPD. That includes drafting of the MOU, selecting unit personnel, and acquiring true office space. Also networking with our Criminal Investigation Bureau investigators and our intel personnel to provide actionable intelligence to further our violent crime cases, to develop a historical perspective on violent crimes, and to develop a violent crime database. While the Virgin Islands Police Department faces unique challenges with its personnel shortages, COVID-19 response, and increased violent crime, the department must commit to optimization of every resource at its disposal to develop and maintain community trust and confidence. There must be a collaborative approach to utilize all that is available. Implementation of a strategic plan and a violent crime reduction strategy, which are living documents that can be revised at will, can bring the department and its outside partners together, remove the tendency to operate in silos, and establish a constructive flow of information that creates a roadmap to reduce violent crime and increase efficiency and effectiveness. This effort begins with me, and I will lead by being firm but fair in executing my duties and rendering my decisions that will have a positive and lasting effect on my department and on our community. I recognize that over the past years, VIPD's executive teams have struggled in administrating the department. I am equally cognizant the role of police commissioner is one of, if not the most highly scrutinized commissionerships. At times, managing a department may seem an insurmountable task, daunting at times. I am, however, equal to the task as I am resolute in executing my duties to accomplish the goal of improving the VIPD. Governor Bryan, thank you for affording me the distinct opportunity to lead this agency. To the men and women in blue, I am committed to serving alongside each one of you, for none of us can do this alone. To my wife, Diana, my daughter, Danelle, and my sons, Ray and Raiden, thank you for your unparalleled love and support and for sharing me with VIPD. Senators, thank you for your time and attention and the opportunity to testify before you today as a nominee for the role of Police Commissioner. I stand by for any questions you may pose.
Thank you very much. I called you Director Martinez earlier, but I meant Commissioner Designee Martinez. Thank you very much for your extensive Commissioner nominee Martinez. Thank you very much for your extensive and detailed presentation here this morning. We had one letter to be read into the record, which we will try to get in. We won't pause at this point. We'll move forward, but at some point we'll make sure we get that letter read into the record. Colleagues, this is one of the most important nominees in the governor's executive cabinet. We will take 6 minutes. We'll give you 6-minute rounds to proceed. We will begin with Senator Francis. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 6 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It seemed like you setting me up. Good morning to you, and certainly good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands, and good morning to the Police Commissioner nominee, Ray Anthony Martinez. How are you doing, sir?
Good.
So, I must say that your testimony briefed well. I believe that you certainly have articulated your intention to move the Virgin Islands Police Department forward. I wanted an opportunity to at least query you on a number of issues. Let me also add that I certainly support your position that it'll take technological crime-fighting efforts to assist in our ability to reduce crime. You mentioned some of those technology that you intend to deploy, and can you speak to anything that you have already put in motion outside of the surveillance cameras and the NIBIN that you mentioned? Is there any other technology that you intend to deploy to assist you in your crime-fighting efforts?
Yes, thank you, Senator. Again, as I stated, we're also going to be, we're ready to deploy our drones. As a matter of fact, we've been, I'll share that we've been utilizing the drones on St. Croix, and we've also utilized them on St. John in our crime fighting efforts. And for us to acquire the additional 4 would put us up, as I said, to 6. And so that's really going to be a very good complement. Also, as far as technology is concerned, outside of the CCTV and LPRs that we have in place right now and are in the process of tripling, we also have the shot spotter, which has been yielding very good results. And we think that we're going to increase those results as well when we partner or team the shot spotter with our CCTVs. Technology is huge. And, so the biggest part, I think the best use for all of our technology is really going to come together, Senator, when we're able to acquire and to put together our real-time crime center. And you and I know exactly what that is, but for the lay persons, what the real-time crime center is a center where all of our technology, the information that's received from our technology comes into one place and can be distributed in real time out to our officers. So if an incident occurs on the boardwalk and we have cameras on the boardwalk, that information is relayed directly in real time to the officers in the street. If we require information about a vehicle, again, once the vehicle passes by one of our LPRs or one of our cameras, the information goes directly to the officers, again, within seconds. So I think of all the things, Senator.
6 minutes. You're going with my entire 6 minutes on question number 1, Mr. Martinez.
That was my intent, Senator.
So in respect to proactive patrol, and I've always advocated for proactive patrol because, again, I believe that we're always in, because of limited manpower, and otherwise we are traditionally in a reactive mode. And what have been your instructions to police operations in regards to your proactive initiatives? I mean, have you directed the chiefs that you want to see officers park, walk, and talk? You know, it's one thing to use technology, but we still need that human-to-human interaction. Can you speak to your instructions in regards to how do you ensure that there is this person-to-person interaction?
Absolutely, Senator. So what has been relayed to the senators is very simply put for us to get back to patrolling in sectors and ensuring that once our officers are in those sectors, they get out, they park, walk, and talk, they turn the windows of the vehicles down, get out of the air conditioning, and just speak to people. Okay, and I can't put it more simpler than that. That's what we've been doing. We started it out in both of the here on St. Croix in both districts. So we increased it on St. Thomas as well, downtown, and now we've moved into some of our housing communities.
So I know that you have mentioned on several occasions that policing of 30 years ago don't work today. So one of the things, or areas that I believe that have been really instrumental in controlling crime is our ability to be able to stop into businesses, especially at late night where, businesses are open. A lot of times you just see where police cruisers are just zooming by with their air condition, their cell phones, their radios, and there is no interaction with those businesses. Again, those are some of the back to basic that I believe is critical. While we want to utilize modern policing, I think that some of those old school methods have worked and will continue to work. What do you say about that?
Absolutely, and when I say that we got to get away from the policing of 30 years ago, that speaks solely to the fact that we continue to solely traditionally police. What we need to do, we have to do parts of. We can never get away from all traditional policing, but we have to get away from the fact that to introduce the COP, the POP, and intelligence-led policing as well.
I want to see everybody down. Everybody's down. Am I ducking for? Come on.
Committee on Rules and Judiciary stands in recess for 1 minute. Colleagues, the Committee on Rules and Judiciary is back on the record. For the viewing audience who kind of just saw a little disruption during the hearing, what it was a shakeout earthquake drill test by VITEMA. So since earthquakes happen like that, they happen unpredictably, even in the middle of a Rules Committee hearing, we had to respond and respond quickly, as though we dropped and we proceeded to take cover under the tables or under the desks. So I think these initiatives are important, these drills are important, because we know the question isn't if we're going to have a major earthquake at some point, it is just a matter of when. So the Committee on Rules is back on the record. Senator Francis, you may proceed with your line of question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Martinez, are you still with us?
Yes, I am, Senator.
Okay. So, Mr. Martinez, again, for the purpose of the listening audience and the public, can you speak to your suitability for the job and what makes you the best qualified person at this time to assume the position of Police Commissioner for the Virgin Islands Police Department?
Well, Senator, most folks think that that once you're the police commissioner, you're out there on the streets in uniform policing. And as you most definitely know, the police commissioner is an administrative position. You must understand the basics of policing, but most of it has to do with your executive abilities, your abilities to lead, to provide the resources, to provide the the financial resources, the personnel resources, equipment, but to provide those things and to lead from the top from an administrative position. I believe that based on my background that I am that person. I'm suited. I've got an extensive labor relations background. I do have the policing background from having just about 12 years in the working in the department, as well as some of the other executive positions that I've held as well. I also think just my personality, the type of person that I am, also provides me with the type of leadership skills that are necessary to run a department that is filled with A-type personalities.
So that's the reason why I asked you that question, because I think that it's important for the public to understand that, in fact, your role is administrative. Your mission is to get the money for the police officers to do their job. You're supposed to handle the administrative matters and certainly hold your chiefs of police, empower them, and hold them accountable for carrying out the role of police operations.
Correct, Senator.
Very well. So have you empowered your chiefs of police, and you intend to hold them accountable to make sure that they're carrying out the mission of police operations, the patrol division?
Most definitely. One of the first things that I did coming into this position was to switch around the way that we run administrations, the police administration here. I empowered the chiefs by having them report directly to me. The chiefs and the deputy chiefs are the most powerful guys in their respective districts. They control 90% of the department, of the function of the department, because they oversee police operations, which is in fact 90% of the department. So it is, for me to be successful, they have to be successful. They have, I had to take the reins off and allow them to start to make the decisions that need to be made. And thus far, I would say that they've been doing a very good job, even though they're still in the learning stages.
Very well. Thank you very much, Commissioner Nominee Martinez, for your response. Mr. Chair, if we could just ask, I know that during some previous presentation, there was some concern about ATF not reaching out to the police department. I'd just like to ask whether or not the police commissioner nominee have been able to bridge that gap. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. Commissioner? Response?
Senator, we have not made contact yet. We have not had a sit down yet, but I am certain that that conversation will take place in short order.
Okay, thank you very much. Before we move on, I want to recognize non-committee member, my freshman colleague, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Welcome, Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Joseph, Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good morning to my colleagues. A pleasant good morning to the viewing and listening audience. Also a pleasant good morning to Commissioner nominee Ray Martinez. I trust you are doing well this morning, and I want to really thank you for stepping up to the plate and to take on this Herculean job in being the police czar for the Virgin Islands, really. My questions are going to be geared towards crime prevention, because I know we have talked about it off the record around crime prevention, and I want to really get from you a sense of what is your strategy and how we can prevent crime.
Well, Again, Senator, as I stated in my testimony, there are two things that we need to take a look at. First and foremost, of course, is the fact of having a strategic plan. All right, the strategic plan is, that sets the roadmap for how the department intends to move forward. It tells you where we've been, it tells you where we're at now, and it tells you how we intend to move forward.
Commissioner, I don't want my time to run off, but that is very arbitrary. I understand how strategic plans are put in place. I also understand how they function, and I also know that they are fluid documents. Okay, so telling me about a strategic plan isn't answering the detail that I would like to see or hear from you relative to how you, at the head of the police department, will tackle crime prevention. What crime prevention mechanism that you are going to put in place so that we have a reduction in our crime rate? That's what I would like you to answer.
Well, that's what I was trying to answer, Senator, but it's still, no matter what, it goes back to a plan, and the plan is a strategic plan, as well as the plan for us for our violent crime strategy. What you're in the simplest form to answer your question, it's all intel driven. We need to find out who, what, when, and where. Who are the players? And we need to find a way to go at these very same players. In addition, a lot of it also has to do with the fact that we need to, as a department, we need to also get back to getting into the communities, rubbing elbows with the communities. We need to get back into the schools. We've already started that as well, where we've just signed an MOU with the Department of Education regarding getting to our youngsters in the at the junior high and the high school levels, teaching them about from stuff moving from conflict resolution right on up to teaching them about policing, about laws. These are all aspects of it, but as it pertains to reducing crime at this very second, it's based on intel-driven policing and problem-oriented policing, where we're going at find out who are committing the crimes,
okay,
and going directly at.
I don't want my time to expire, because I really wanted to understand from you your perspective relative to crime prevention, and you hit out about communities. What are the hotspot communities have you identified that can be a vehicle and in helping to reduce crime and to push your strategy that you talked about arbitrarily for crime prevention? What communities have you identified as hot spots? Because you're going to be in a hot seat as well, because crime is one of the major concerns in our community. We have an aging population, and a lot of people are really in fear for their lives. So tell us, what communities have you identified as those hot spots that you're going to be able to put forward a crime prevention strategy and implement it in those communities that have been identified as hotspots?
2 minutes.
Again, Senator, in the St. Thomas district, we have the OHC PMP. We have Smith Bay, Bovoni. These are some of the areas at Tutu as well. On St. Croix, we've got Scion Farm, Williams Delight, Mutual Homes, Grove Place. Those are all places, Kennedy. Those are all places that we're taking a look at right now that are some of our hotspots.
Okay, and so is it part of your strategy to put in place some MOUs with the housing authorities, as well as any home ownership or association in those areas to actually look at crime prevention in those areas?
Yes and no, Senator. Yes, we've been in conversations with the housing authority just most recently regarding MOUs where they're actually providing us with space to have sort of substations in some of these very communities. As it pertains to the residential communities, we have not met with them as of yet. And simply that's because we still haven't completed the plan. All right, we still have to meet and sit down and to use the data that we have to create the plan.
How are you collecting your data as far as habitual offenders and the like? Do you have a system in place that is a central storehouse or warehouse for collecting data that you can share with other agencies or other entities or nonprofit relative to the amount of crime and violent crime, domestic crime, that gun crimes that are being committed?
Yes, Senator. We do have the Spellman system, which has those capabilities. Our collections right now are still slightly splintered. We're trying to narrow them down so that we can do a lot better. We're not doing a good job right now with the data collection. We understand that, and we're moving forward on that. In addition, we're also working on a case management system. And that also is going to lead it to very good dividends.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I'll just wrap up. I know my time was called. I want to, again, congratulate you on accepting this nomination from the governor. I will definitely be looking forward to working with you and your team in putting forward crime prevention activities, especially in the Bovoni housing community. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to all my colleagues. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. Good morning, Commissioner nominee, Mr. Ray Martinez. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing well, Senator Johnson.
I must say that I've had the opportunity of meeting you on a one-on-one. I've also had the opportunity of meeting you on a Zoom meeting. And I think in each of those meetings I learned a little bit more, but we had a very, what I would consider man-to-man conversation. We spoke about many issues in our, especially in our one-on-one. And I said it straight to you that I, received so many calls about your nomination. I stand here today to say that in each of the meetings I learned a lot more. And I think one of the questions I asked you, why this job? This is not the easiest job on the market. It's the most difficult job. And I will start off by saying to you, thank you for your willingness to solve in one of the hottest jobs in this territory at this time.
Thank you, Senator.
I look at your performance here in this application, and you set some very high goals here. Your long-term, obtain finance and planning for police administration bill in each district, increase police personnel by 35%, implement crime strategy that reduce violent crime by 50%, reduce violent gun crimes by 30% in 10 months, bring the CCTV and license plate readers in full operation in 60 days, centralize police patrol and implement the 12-hour shift in 60 days. The reason why I call these things out, this is what I would like to hold you to. And when I say that, I'm sincere, mean that if you could complete a percentage of each of these things that you outline here today, we will be on a road to really good policing and changing the demographic out there when it comes to crime and violence in this territory. My colleague asked you a question that I had interest in, and I still will, speak about it a little bit. We definitely have to get back to those days when a policeman will see a group of guys and just stop and say, hello, good morning, good afternoon. It makes such a difference in the communication and the information that the police will be able to get from the folks if he start meeting them, knowing them, developing that confident in them. It makes a total difference. The other thing, as I listen carefully here today, you speak about going into the high schools. And I will say to you, go down from 5th grade. I had an opportunity of taking a group of prisoners and going to the schools them and speak to the students. And I always target the high school. Someone said to me, come down to Claro Marco. I said, no, man, I really can't waste time going there. And I took on the challenge. And I regret to this day that I didn't start going to those elementary school and those smaller schools. Because this is where we catch a lot of them and change them and have them comfortable with policing. Growing up in Frederickstead, going to St. Patrick's School, I remember Speedy George coming to the school every day. And he would walk around with a box of straw candies and he would offer the girls a straw candy and he would pinch the boys them. And he always had a way to deal with the boys them that was different from the young ladies them. And you remember police and you remember police to respect them from a small age, from a very small age. So I would advise you that you look forward in going into those schools from those younger age. I see that you speak about having the drones them. Do you have a maintenance plan in place for those drones?
Yes, Senator, that's a huge part of the drone policy.
Okay, because we don't want to bring in, and that's have been one of the biggest problems in government as a whole. We get all of these equipment and different things, and maintenance is very low. And for it to be effective and last, we definitely have to make sure that we have that maintenance. Since taking this position, Commissioner Mnamini, how is the officer morale? How the morale? How are they accepting the changes? Because there must be changes and people don't accept change that easily. How are they accepting the new style or the way that you have been approaching this?
Well, for the most part, Senator, I think that we've had been well received. Not all, of course, of our recommendations and our changes are really freely accepted. But as it pertains to just getting out there, and one of the simplest things has been just reaching out to the officers, and the same thing that you alluded to, and so did Senator Francis, about coming out and speaking with the folks on the street. It's the same thing that I found here in the department, where I myself just had to go downstairs and come through the building and just talk to the officers, because that hasn't been done over time. It was missing, and that contributed to some of the lowering of the morale. But I think that the morale is on its way up. And again, and a lot of it just has to do also with my mantra, which is to be firm but fair.
Your implementation of the annual vacation schedule, how is that going? And you think with the shortage of staff, would you be able to work that out to make sure that each officer get that dual time that they definitely do need it?
Yes, we're still in the drafting stages. The HR director and I have been working on this for a couple of weeks. We're still, obtaining some of the programs from the plans from other agencies as well. And at the end of the day, Senator, it's this. We speak to new graduation classes. We tell them they need to unplug from the VIPD. And, they need to, when they're off, they need to do something different to unwind. But then we still turn around to those very same officers when they're hired and they're on shift, and we tell them, well, because of personnel shortages, you can't have vacation for Christmas, New Year's, Thanksgiving, during a hurricane season, 4th of July, Carnival, Festival. So, but those are all the requisite family times. So we just have to do better, and we have to do, and it starts with our scheduling, and to move on. It should the lack of or less personnel should not deter us.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, I wrap up on this question. Thank you. You spoke about 3 new boats. Would that be sufficient? What would that turn your fleet of boats that the police department would have with 3 more boats? What would your fleet be looking like? How many on each island would that bring, to current?
With the 3 vessels, we're actually looking at, we would have 7 in place, 4 on St. Croix and 3 on St. Thomas.
You think that would be sufficient for patrolling your waters, especially in a very active day, when, especially like when we have carnival, a festival, you know, the marine life picks up a lot in those times. You think there would be sufficient boat for you to monitor and patrol out there?
It's not in the grand scheme of things, it's not sufficient. However, with the personnel that we have and with our ability to have joint operations with the Coast Guard, Park Service, and DPNR, it certainly helps us to sustain the and meet the mandates.
All right, thank you very much. Again, I say, if you could just meet half of what you put in place that you holding yourself to, I think we'll be on the right track to curbing crime and making these Virgin Islands a much better place for all of us. Thank you again for your willingness to solve. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator, if I may, the reason that one of the reasons I also took this job is because one of your colleagues, I sat as his special assistant, and he made the office of the job of the police commissioner look so simple that I thought I should just go ahead and take a shot at it.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Before we recognize Senator Payne, I'd like to recognize my colleague, Senator Samuel Carrion. Welcome, non-committee member, Senator Carrion. Senator Payne, you are recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and colleagues. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning, Commissioner nominee Martinez.
Good morning, Senator.
Before I begin my line of questioning, sir, you mentioned to my other colleague from St. Croix that you have 4 vessels for St. Croix, 3 for St. Thomas, but I ain't seen none for St. John. You think maybe you could do 3 for St. Croix, 3 for St. Thomas, and 1 for St. John?
You are always trying to get me into this. It's the St. Thomas, St. John district. So the 3 for St. Thomas are 3 for the St. Thomas, St. John district.
Good morning, morning. It's a beautiful morning. Commissioner nominee, I have a couple of questions for you. And all I want you to answer is yes or no. Okay? All right.
Okay.
Number 1, do you have any experience dealing with collective bargaining?
Yes.
Do you have any experience dealing with unions?
Yes.
Do you have your leadership team in place?
Yes.
Do you have your leadership team in place on all 3 islands?
Yes.
Do you have experience in working with the police department prior to your nomination?
Yes.
Do you have any experience in creating or developing specialized units in a police agency?
Yes.
Do you have any experience in developing strategic plans for a police agency?
Yes.
Do you have a plan to address the violent crime that's plaguing our community?
Definitely.
So you're saying on the record, on the oath, that you have a plan to address violent crime that's plaguing our community, and we don't have to wait 24 months for you to attempt to figure out how to address violent crime across the territory?
Yes, Senator, I do have a plan,
Okay.
and we're working on it.
Hold up. I'll get a chance to delve into it. So you're saying that you came into this position from day one with a strategic plan?
No, Senator, I didn't have a strategic plan. I had a plan as to how to move the department forward and to put in place those things that need to be put in place with a crime-fighting strategy.
Okay. Have you gotten input from your top brass in regard to your plan to tailor it to become the VIPD's plan?
Yes, we're working on it collectively and day by day, yes.
Okay. Colleagues and listening and viewing audience. In the 33rd legislature, I asked the police commissioner nominee these exact same questions, and he answered no to everyone. That's why I was the only senator that voted no at his confirmation hearing. He stated no to every single question I just asked this nominee. It wasn't personal, because I had no idea who his predecessor was. My vote was 100% based on his answers to all of my questions. It's obvious from his responses and detailed testimony that Ray Martinez is and was the right person for this position. Ever since I was elected in the 33rd legislature, I have personally had at least 40 conversations with the governor, some of them very heated in regard to placing Ray Martinez at the helm of the VIPD. And now publicly, you all know why. He came to the position prepared. He had a complete team in place in under 60 days on the job. That's unheard of. The officers across the territory finally feel that they have a leader with a plan that they can actually follow. He's not hungry for power and or operates like a dictator. He has given his top brass the power to do their jobs and do it professionally. He has placed persons in positions that they are qualified to hold. That alone has boosted morale. He and his team have implemented an Officer of the Month program that has also boosted morale. I saw some officers last evening in the gym, and they were excited about possibly being named the Officer of the Month in the upcoming months. And I'm sure across the territory, residents are seeing a police presence that they haven't seen in years. He has fostered a very positive relationship with the Attorney General's office and will never attempt to usurp her authority relative to prosecuting cases in the territory. Commissioner nominee, as you know, you have my unwavering support. But let me ask you, please speak to exactly why you believe that intel gathering is the backbone of modern-day policing.
1 minute.
Oh, Senator, if you, as I said, and I've promoted this motto for years. He who has intel is king. In other words, if you have the intel, you know the who, what, why, when, and where. And that's where you start. That forms the basis of your investigations. It forms a basis of the opportunity for us here in the police department to start moving forward against the individuals who are leading the charge of crime, of violent crime that's plaguing our territory.
Okay, thank you. And lastly, I intend on hosting recruitment drives on all 3 islands to give you and your team the opportunity to speak to about 150 individuals territory-wide. What is your message to individuals who would like to pursue a career in law enforcement as a VIPD officer? Notice I said career, not just a job.
In the simplest form, because your time is nearly up, come on board. The VIPD needs you. Your community needs you. This is a great place to start and maintain a career.
Thank you for your response. Commissioner Martinez, you know you have my unwavering support. Mr. Chair, thank you very, very much for the time.
Thank you very much, Mr. At-Large Senator, Honorable Senator Stephen Payne. But I'm glad, Commissioner nominee Martinez, when you were on a roll with a yes or no questions, you were on a roll saying yes, 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 and I was pleased when Senator Payne asked you about a strategic plan, that you said no. Because truthfully and realistically, any leader coming to an organization, you're not coming there with a strategic plan in your pocket. You come,
That's
you're
true.
exposed to the ups and downs of the organization, you meet your people, you meet the folks on the ground who are doing the heavy lifting, you meet with your leadership team, then you develop your strategic plan. So, he was kind of leading you down this line of questioning, and I expected to hear you say yes, but you said no, so I appreciate that. Senator Genevieve Whitaker, you are recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning to all my colleagues. Good morning to you, Commissioner nominee Martinez. I'm going to.
Good morning.
Yes, and I just want to also share that thank you for reaching out to me. We've had a couple meetings. Of course, one of our first meetings concerned the cameras, because as the liaison to the Department of Interior, Office of Insular Affairs, and performing that responsibility, one of the things that I do find throughout a number of government agencies are gaps, issues with spending. And I do want to say that I do really appreciate how you immediately responded. We got behind this camera funding issue, which was a snafu on both the BIPD's part as well as the Office of Interior. It was two-sided, and I just appreciate you jumping in, and to your staff for their dedication to moving that process forward. And I know now we have good communication between the police department and the Department of Insular Affairs. The desk officer, everyone to be in the same page. So that's good news, and that just speaks about at least your ability to respond. But I want to dive into an area, because one of the important things as a responsibility as a senator, as we go through the nomination process, we have to sometimes hit some areas that are not, they're difficult, right? Of course, through the process, you filled out a questionnaire. And in the questionnaire, there are questions surrounding your background, of course, as you gave. But I want to just point into one particular issue. On page 7 of the questionnaire, there's an indication that there was an internal affairs investigation for a violation of policies, and that was back in October of 2014, which resulted in a 10-day suspension. Of course, that was years ago. How have, as you are vying for this position, what impact would that have on you, and how have you, what things have you done correctively to address anything that has happened in your past, particularly as it pertains to the department? Or if you can, specific as to, as much as you can, as to what took place after that, what measures were taken going beyond that time.
Well, again, yes, I did. I was suspended for 10 days. To this date, I'm not and will never be in favor of that suspension. I think it was personal, but it is what it is. I served the suspension. It just so happened that the suspension was served at the end of the outgoing administration, and within weeks of that, the incoming administration, as I was an exempt employee, the incoming administration provided me with a 2-line letter telling me, thank you very much for your services. You're exempt. You work at the behest of the governor, and I was terminated. So there was nothing for me to do as it pertains to changing or even as it pertains to changing any of that stuff.
Well, I would just say, just in a small point about the exempt, that's something that we have to work on legislatively. There's some real issues with this whole exempt situation. So, I hear that you were terminated, but again, it's just, how is that? How I'm just really indicating to you is that as you move forward, how that would impact you in dealing with, in going forward. And thank you for your response. The other item I want to delve into, as you testified to, and I just want to point out, I'm hoping as we continue to go forward, receiving testimonies the day before, I read fast, I understand a lot of stuff, but it makes it a little difficult at times. But of course, in preparing for this hearing. You indicated that you are a graduate of the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center. I went through actually the site, and I've kind of been, a lot of perusing. By way of background, I have a lot of background in the criminal justice area. One of the things that I wanted to flesh out was that specific training. Was that a training for support staff, or was that training that would prepare you to be a commissioner of the department?
Senator, that's a training that prepares you to be a law enforcement officer. That specific training is the basic training for federal for some 96% of the federal agents that under the federal system. That class is equivalent to our police academy on the federal.
Well, so I would just encourage, of course, if you are successful, to continue in that vein. One of the things we do find is people assume the commissioner director position, and they don't continue in the necessary professional development. There is professional development, even being the governor of the Virgin Islands, there's professional development to help you lead and be strategic in your approach. One of the biggest things we have is the review of the Virgin Islands Code for our department. What efforts have you started to go through all the criminal codes, all the provisions that the department has jurisdiction over? I'll give you a good example. You and I had when I spoke to you, I had written a letter to you concerning the status of the process by which you get a gun license. There's the law says one thing, there's a practice that's going on, and I'm a very big person about let's follow the law, let's amend it so that it works out, but practice shouldn't lead it. The law leads, then practice follows. What steps have you made to really review the federal codes, and what efforts will you make to ensure that we are moving strategically, that policies are promulgated in an orderly fashion?
Okay. Well, to date, Senator, I have not made any steps towards reviewing the codes. What I have done, for instance, in the particular instance of the questions that you raised regarding the firearms licensure, I have taken a look at that. And actually, as we speak, the department's legal counsel as well is taking a look at that particular set of rules and regulation and those policies. I'm certain that in the near future, with as for lack of a better term, complaints arise, then of course I'll be having to take a look at some of the other statutes as well that govern the policies and procedures that we utilize.
Well, you could definitely count on this, Senator, to help you with that, because that's something that when we can work together, mull out the code, see what we have to work on and fix, and so I will definitely support that. And just finally, join with a lot of my colleagues, as you also are aware, I'm pushing on crime prevention. I want that we have here in the Virgin Islands an actual youth infrastructure that's properly stood up, that we have a youth court juvenile system, which we don't have, and for us to build that ecosystem. And so I appreciate also when we met about that we can move forward in that regard. Thank you so much for your answers. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Senator Whitaker. I would like to recognize non-committee member Senator Viale. Welcome, Senator Viale. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Heiliger, you are recognized for your 7 minutes.
Hello, good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifier, Commissioner nominee Martinez. Good morning to the people of this territory. I have had an opportunity to speak to you prior, and I was very much impressed with quite a bit of what you had said. So this is another bite at the apple to really get to know a little bit more about you and your capabilities so that I could make an informed decision on behalf of the people of this territory. Earlier when we were speaking in regards to strategies, have you identified any kind of specific, like evidence-based strategies that you can employ to reduce violent crimes here in the territory? Anything specific?
Yes, Senator. So the three, I should say four of the most influential, if you will, strategies that I am totally bought into, of course, is the intel-driven policing, which means that we go directly at the, we take a look at the collection of data analyzing data, and then utilizing the analysis of that data to move us forward as to what we need to do next. I also am a huge proponent of problem-oriented policing, which means that this is where, again, it goes hand in hand with intel. If we have, I think it may have been Senator Joseph who asked a question about those areas that have issues, those residential places that have issues. Those are the areas where you utilize problem-oriented policing. We're doing that as we speak, where we have officers in the Smith Bay area, where we have officers in the vicinity of OHC that are stationed there. Okay, that's a part of problem-oriented policing because, again, we knew there's an issue and we put it there. As well, I'm a huge proponent of hotspots policing. Hotspots policing is where we go in and, you know, the guys are loitering on the corner. As a result, we're having, you know, between certain hours of the night, we have shots fired or we've got violent crimes or robberies or stuff. Hotspot policing mean we physically take our resources and place them there in patrol functions. And as well, the greatest of all, and it goes to something that Senator Whitaker asked when she spoke about the juvenile courts and the preventive measures, as well as Senator Joseph, is focus deterrence. Because at the end of the day, Senator, we cannot, we will not, we will never police our way or enforce our way out of the issues we have. We have to come up with community-oriented preventive measures. But those are the strategies that I am most focused on.
Thank you so much for that answer. One of the things that, and I know I touched on this with you personally before, but I want to speak up to it again. One of my biggest issues is the re-victimization of victims when it comes to them interacting with the police department. And one of my major issues that I have is when you do come to this police department, you have officers that are doing double duty, where they're not only the administrative person, but they're also the one taking the report. And one of the most feelings that you would have if you come into a department, a police department, whether you have been a victim of a crime and you're trying to report that, and an officer consistently has to stop and interject while you're trying to say, listen, I just got robbed. I just got hurt. Somebody just attacked me. And while you're trying to express that, an officer is saying, hold on. Hi, this is the VIPD. Stop. And it's consistent. Can you hold, please, ma'am? I need to transfer this call. So it almost makes you feel like you're a victim of a crime. You're coming into the department for help. And this officer is so distracted by trying to do the administrative part, you feel victimized all over again. And that creates a disconnect as to why people don't even want to come into the police department in the first place. How do you plan on solving that? Because that is a major, major problem.
Teleserve, our 411 system. And what the telesolve is where we take a specific, we're going to be reaching out to retirees. We're going to be utilizing some of our community service officers or non-police or CSOs, utilizing even officers who may be on light duty and placing them to be the ones to take those reports for you to even have the opportunity for us. We live in an electronic age to be able to file your certain types of reports telephonically or through the email. So that's the impetus of our telesolve, our 411 system. That should alleviate.
And if you are successful in this nomination, how soon do you think something like that would be able to be implemented?
For me, I know that in speaking with our MIS director and some of the other team, the heads of our teams, that is something that would probably take us in around 9 or 10 months. It's not something we're going to be able to get in place overnight, but it is in fact a priority, because what it does is it also releases us from having a uniformed, a well-placed uniformed officer at a desk, where instead of having them on the road. And so that is something, it is a priority.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing that happen, and I think it would assist with the community's interaction in getting help from the police department. With the increased use of surveillance technology, I know you guys had spoken about traveling to New York and potentially having a whole partnership with them and understanding with dealing with surveillance. How do you think this could potentially reduce your staffing needs so that those staff could be utilized elsewhere? For example, like what we were just talking about, by using telephonic technology to help alleviate a lot of the police officers being stuck to some administrative duties.
Well, I mean, it's going to it is going to have a resounding effect, Senator. You know, right now, because of the numbers that we have, every single officer that we can have out on the street or in our investigations bureau following up on cases or in special operations, you know, on special assignments and initiative, every single boot on the ground assist us right now. So whatever we can do to move forward to get our uniform officers from behind the desk, that's a priority. It must be done.
Good. What are your plans to increase the effectiveness of our intelligence, the intelligence section of the police department? Because that is data driven. A lot of times when you're dealing with intelligence, you could literally interject and stop crimes in advance. You could protect. So I want to gear some serious focus on that. And what are your plans for that?
Senator, Intel is my baby. Everyone in this department knows that. That's my baby. I created our intelligence unit back in 2009. So that's, this is something that's close to my heart. And I think that in its simplest form, one of the things that we have, and one of the things that I have now is the opportunity to have funding available to do a number of things. By taking the governor and Senator Payne with me to New York, what I have is the governor's attention, and he's already approved the fact for us to have funding to bring together and to put together a true intelligence unit. That's why we're working on the MOU with the NYPD as well.
I want to touch on
Senator Francis Heiliger, your time was called, but I'll let you just complete your thought.
Okay.
I know St. Thomas you can't hear clearly when you're on the video, but go ahead and just ask your final question, and I'll get the commissioner to respond.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. My final question has to do with employee morale, because you were touching a little bit on not being allowed to get vacation time and all these different things, and how important it is to have a very balanced officer that is out there serving the public. Tell me, if you get all the things that you need, or what is your strategy to really help beef up employee morale amongst police officers?
Being firm but fair, doing the right things, and ensuring that my chiefs and my deputies and the commanders do the right thing. And if they don't do the right thing, then I need to hold them accountable. The talk around here has always been that we punish the officers and not the supervisors and the commanders. Okay, those are things we got to be fair. If a commander or a supervisor messes up, and violates the rules, then they should be punished. We cannot continue to punish the officers alone. That decreases morale in its simplest form. Just being firm but fair across the board.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate your answers, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for your indulgence.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Carrion, you are recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning, Commissioner nominee, Mr. Ray. And good morning to the viewing and listening audience. Hearing your testimony this morning brings a sense of hope. And as I hear my colleagues question you based on what you've shared, also brings a question of the matter of execution. Because at times, it's easy to put something in paper and to speak about it and share what those ideas or plans are. But is the execution of those plans where the challenge lies? how confident do you feel that what you've shared today and what you so far are envisioning for the department, you will be able to execute? Commissioner nominee.
In a perfect world, it would be 100%. Of course, nothing is perfect. So I would say that I am confident, overly confident, that the majority of the recommendations that I put out here, Senator, will in fact be accomplished. And again, and they'll be accomplished simply because it's not about Ray Martinez accomplishing them. It's about Ray Martinez empowering the individuals beneath him, empowering his executive team for them to be the ones to carry out their duties. And that is where the success in accomplishing these recommendations is going to come in. Again, it's not the Ray Martinez Police Department. It's a VI Police Department. So I need everyone from the officer at the bottom right on up to the executive team, to my assistant commissioners, to simply just do their jobs.
I hear you. And that leads me to ask you this other question based on your recommendations and what you've seen thus far and what your vision for the department is. I want you to share with us here what are your 3 major challenges that you're foreseeing that will make maybe this process of implementation and execution a bit challenging.
First and foremost, Senator, time. Okay, my timelines are extremely aggressive, and they're aggressive simply because I fully understand that this position I'm in, I do not own this position, nor do I know what is going to transpire in the next, 15 or 16 months. But because I live here and because I am a perfectionist, I am moving aggressively to reaching and to implementing these very recommendations. That's one. So time. The second thing, of course, is that whether we want to speak it publicly or not, change is not always easily accepted. So there are individuals in this very same department, for the most part, the majority of the department are going to go for the recommendations that are in place because they understand that we need to have change to be able to move forward. But the second thing is there are going to be folks who are going to attempt to usurp the success that some of these recommendations can make simply because they're getting over with the status quo. They do not want the status quo to change. And the third thing is the bureaucracy of government. And again, no one wants to say it publicly, but a lot of the issues that we have sometimes are just based on bureaucracy. They're set aside, and then we become frustrated and lose focus. So those, I would say, would be the 3 things, Senator.
And since you've mentioned those 3 things, Commissioner nominee, so I really want to hear now, how do you intend to overcome these 3 areas?
So as it pertains with time, again, remain focused. I got to remain focused. My executive team has to remain focused. So that's I can't simplify it any more than that. As it pertains to, as it pertains to changing the mindset of those individuals who want the status quo to remain, give them the opportunity, to give ourselves the opportunity to sell them on the importance of change. Give them the opportunity to be heard as to why they want the status quo to remain. And I mean to give them an honest
2 minutes.
Opportunity. But at the end of the day, after giving them that opportunity, Senator, I will be the police commissioner here, and they're either going to get on a train or they will get off the track. And lastly, with the bureaucracy, I have absolutely no idea how I will combat the bureaucracy, because that's not something that that just comes and goes, it ebbs and flows.
Well, I appreciate your candid response, and I was bringing you down this line because, you know, these things can either make you or break you in your role as the leader of that department, and it's important for us to know that you are aware of what those challenges that you maybe have faced and will continue to face are, and what tools you have in order to overcome those challenges. If you are successful, in this nomination, we want you
I
to
will be successful.
we want you to be successful in your role as a commissioner because public safety is important to all of us. Now, you did mention prevention as one of the key components in necessary crime prevention, and I'm a strong advocate of crime prevention, and we have a lot of nonprofit organizations that focus, and their mission is to work exactly that. Thus far, have you had any meetings with any of these organizations? And what's the status on the Office of Gun Violence Prevention?
Okay, let me answer. Unfortunately, I've not had the opportunity to meet with any of the nonprofits as of yet. And again, that was by design. I did not know when I first started this process as to how my nomination would be accepted by individuals, both in the 34th as well as the as just the public. So I utilize my time internally to you've got to clean up your house first before you want to go outside to start cleaning up other things. And so I haven't gone out to them yet. As it pertains, I'm sorry, if you can tell me again the second portion of your question.
The Office of Gun Violence Prevention.
The Office of Gun Violence Prevention. I have been a party to the interview process, and with the assistance of the Office of the Governor, and there were a couple more interviews that need to be had.
Okay, and Mr. Chair, if I may, lastly, what about the Governor's Advisory Council?
You would need to have it would behoove us to have the Office of Gun Violence in place with a director moving forward before we even, in my opinion, before we even bring the Advisory Council together. And I can only assume, haven't had the conversation with Government House, but I assume that's why you haven't heard of any movement from that council as well.
Okay, I brought up since you mentioned in your testimony, so I was an impression that maybe you've met with the Advisory Council, or what's the status, if any members have been assigned to it thus far?
No, sir, I haven't had any meetings, but in the executive order, there was a list of agencies and nonprofits that are supposed to be a part of it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. Senator Ville, you are recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Mr. Martinez.
Good morning, Senator.
I know you just come in from LEPC and dealt with federal grants on a regular basis. Within the police department, the Office of Highway Safety have a regular habit of not spending the monies allocated to that particular entity. How are you planning to get that fixed with the federal fund experience that you have? How are you going to immediately get the office to begin to spend the federal funds and perhaps apply for some of those same LEPC grants that you were over before?
Again, I have had several meetings with my financial team, including the federal grants coordinator as well as the director of highway safety. And I think that we're right now with the way that I want and I expect things to occur, that we're in a much better place today with the Office of Highway Safety and our Office of our grants office regarding the spending.
Hold up 1 second. So you have given them the charge and you're going to immediately have a plan that will be able to expend those monies?
Yes, sir. We don't have the plan in place per se, but we've already begun expending those monies. What the increase in patrols that you've been seeing throughout the territory are all utilizing federal overtime monies, as well as the purchase of equipment.
Okay, thank you. I've heard you reference that policing is not like 30 years ago. I've heard you say that on more than one occasion. But there's so much from 30 years ago that you could learn. And so much that should still be implemented in the way that policing was done 30 years ago. The ability to solve crime before we even had social media. Are you looking at that era and taking the best practices from that era and then utilizing the best practices from now? Because 30 years ago, the Virgin Islands felt safer. So the policing of 30 years ago had to be working.
Agreed to some extent, yes. But also the mindset of 30 years ago to the mindset of the youngsters that are committing these crimes now has also changed, Senator. So we got to take that into consideration. And again,
so hold up there. I'm glad you said mindset. A big part of the mindset is because when you commit a crime and you're not caught, it's a badge of honor. So you're able to kill somebody in broad daylight, on camera, and still walk around. The empowerment that you have is unbelievable. 30, 40 years ago, that person would not have been walking around, so we would not have had that mindset. But we have had individuals in the Virgin Islands, 4 or 5 murders. You know, I go to looking at, and I was thinking about photos that I've seen. I saw a photo of the guy from Yam Yam with the gun in his hand. Arrest warrant have never been issued. They say there's intel from the island areas of that shooting. Nobody arrested. Gallows Bay that have cameras all over, somebody was murdered in that parking lot. No arrest. How are we, you don't have to be real specific, but are we working on identifying the individuals in these photos so that we can issue arrest warrants?
Yes, we definitely are, Senator.
Okay. Now, uniform policy. Is there a uniform policy? Officers mandated to wear uniform, or does uniform include T-shirt and everything else?
There is a uniform policy that speaks to varying portions of the uniform wear, depending on the assignment.
Okay. Is it going to be mandatory that if your officers are involved in any activity that has a certain percentage of individuals that they must wear a uniform so that it's not a T-shirt and somebody don't know that that person is an officer when they're looking from behind?
I'm not following you. If they are assigned to a uniform division and performing a uniform division task, then they should be in uniform.
That's not a question. Years ago, you go to the village, you could spot a police officer a mile off because they have on the hat, they have on the uniform, so they were easily identifiable. Now, sometimes you have to watch twice because they might have on a T-shirt, they have on a jeans. Are we looking at being able to make sure that our officers are clearly identifiable when they're at an event?
If they're on duty, yes, unless they're assigned to as a part of a plainclothes initiative, there should be something that readily identifies them as a police senator.
And sometimes that is a T-shirt with the word police in it. I'm asking, are they going to be mandated to wear the uniform?
That is a question. I'll have to take a look at the policy before I can even answer that. I'm not aware, verbatim as to what the policy is.
Now, in reference to, I heard you speak about if a supervisor does something wrong, you will make sure that that the same policy that applies to the officers apply to the supervisor. And I applaud you for that, but I have just a bit of a different twist to this whole thing. I think we have a limited amount of officers, and we need to make sure that we support them. We need to make sure that they're given the proper guidance to be able to do the job. and we need to be able to protect them. We have had a number of young officers who graduate from the academy within the first 4 or 5 months. They get into an altercation trying to do the job where somebody is trying to assault them. They end up protecting themselves. They end up at times having to physically be able to protect themselves with somebody else, and then they're suspended. You know, somebody drive them a hand, and they defend themselves, and then they're suspended. And then they're suspended for an extended period of time, and then those officers leave. And those are some of the stronger officers that are trying to make sure that we have law and order. And I really believe that this community needs to go back to that point where they respect officers. You know, we just saw an incident this weekend, and I'll finish on that was time. We just saw an incident this weekend. We were at a local restaurant, and somebody from the restaurant across, the bar across, came across to that restaurant. A fight started. Public safety responded within 5 minutes. 3 officers. The one officer was just speaking to the guy that was in the fight. And as he turned, he said the guy drive him 2 punch in his head. Drive the officer. 2 punches in his head. Bam, bam. The officer was just talking to him. 2 punch. The next 2 officers that were there took the guy down. Handcuffed him 1 time. I think the judge released him on $100 bail. He punched an officer. We lose in this community because the parts don't connect. You can't assault an officer and then be out on the streets the next day for little or no money when the officer came and protected everybody. And we need to protect them officers. If them officers have to do their job, protect them. I'm not saying any abuse. And the Virgin Islands have not had any of those policing issues that the mainland have. But we need to protect our officers, and officers need to be respected on the street, and we need to get the respect back without hearing about the consent decree. Utilize the resources that we have in this government to protect our officers when they're doing the job to protect the Virgin Islands. Because if we have all of them free to do this, free to do that, crime is going to continue to be rampant and out of control. So I ask you to protect your officers and protect your chiefs. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Violet. Senator Gittins, you are recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all. Since you only gave us 7 minutes, I said let me just take some notes rather than going based on what I actually wanted to go on. But you know what, let me start by the previous speaker. As he often say, and I totally agree, that committing a crime and not being arrested is like having a badge of honor. And I want to add that arrests with measly bail and arrests with no swift action by our Attorney General's office and or the courts is also a means of empowerment to these bandits. And it is high time for it to stop. Because telling me that you can assault an officer in public view, and I'm hearing even one of my colleagues might have witnessed this, you mean to tell me that you could walk away with $101 bill? Totally ridiculous. Commissioner nominee Martinez, once again, thank you for your courage to step forward at this time to serve in the position that you have been nominated for. I have publicly supported your nomination, but let me make it clear that that does not let you off the hook with the direct questions that needs to be asked. you were formally nominated to your post 1 month or so ago, being September 21st, when that letter came from the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan. However, what day or when were you actually named to the post as acting commissioner?
July 13th.
So July. So it's fair to say you've been on board at least about 3 months.
Correct.
How long did it take you to assess the department that you have worked closely with and always had close ties to?
That assessment continues on a daily, Senator. I will never have concluded an assessment. However, for the initial...
So, okay, hold on, slow down. So you have not concluded your assessment, but you have come to some assessment thus far within the 90 days that you've been there.
Most definitely.
So you said in your prepared statement that you believe that you possess the knowledge and leadership abilities necessary to lead the VIPD, and with the blessings of your wife, your decision to accept the commissionership was not a difficult one, correct?
That's correct.
Is your wife an employee of the Virgin Islands Police Department?
Yes, she is.
In what capacity?
Police lieutenant.
Good. Now, married couples within the department is not considered fraternization, correct?
Not to the best of my knowledge.
Good, because fraternization, in my opinion, speaks to improper relationships. Would you agree?
Yes.
Good. In your assessment, that's not completed but ongoing, as you say, have you came across any fraternization problems within the department or allegations?
Allegations, yes. With them being an issue, not that it has come to my office.
How do you intend to handle these types of allegations? And sadly, much of it starts even at the police academy. But in short, how do you intend to handle this matter?
Well, again, we first of all have to ensure that we run thorough,
2 minutes,
complete, and fair investigations utilizing our internal affairs unit.
I wanted you to tell me that there would be zero tolerance. That's what I wanted you to tell me. I know what the process is. I wanted you to tell me zero tolerance. I'm sick and tired of hearing it. The chief sleeping with this body, assistant sleeping with that body, the cadre sleeping with a recruit, etc. I want you to tell me that it will be zero tolerance.
Again, Senator, while it will be zero tolerance, and it's much easier said than done to say that it will be zero tolerance, you must run and conduct the types of investigations that
Commissioner Nominee, I understand that. I just want to know that from your seat, that you're saying, I will not tolerate this. Not to say it will happen under your watch, you know, but that you will not tolerate it. And once it comes to your level, especially, or to the chief level or whomever, but we're talking about you, so forget the chief's level. Once it comes to your level, that it will be dealt with immediately. That's all I want to hear. Just like, again, when it comes to arrests and whatnot, I must say that I like to see some of the initiatives taking place and the guns off the streets and arresting these individuals. Now it's time to see our Attorney General's office be more aggressive with these cases and the courts taking swift action. Swift action. Now, let's go to your questionnaire. Section 3 speaks to character. Number one, question number one under section 3 for character, you responded yes, as to having been the subject of an investigation. Yet in section 5, may I conclude, Mr. Chair?
You may conclude, Senator.
Yet in section 5, job performance, question number 4, your response to being asked if you've ever been named as a party in any hearing, administrative, etc., you responded no. Was this an oversight? Because by then you're getting tired with this questionnaire. But was it an oversight?
It was an oversight.
Okay. That happens to the best of us. Lastly, based on your assessment and immediate actionable items, you spoke to redeployment of operations. However, your approach is the centralization, bringing East and West together. And like the former commissioner said, the numbers there don't change. So if you bring, not given that that's the exact number, but if you bring in 25 from Christiansted and 25 from East and 25 from West, and you're bringing them together, the number still remains 50. So please explain how your centralization strategy will work. Because again, we've discussed this time and time again, and I continue to say that the redeployment strategy that we want to see will be more in a proactive and preventive mode. Redeployment of your resources will be key. So please, lastly, if you could just let us know how your centralization strategy is intended to work. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, first of all, Senator, I truly appreciate the discourse that you and I have had regarding this issue, and we're just going to have to agree to disagree as to just what the best deployment strategy is. As it pertains to my centralization, by centralizing the areas we centralize, we bring everyone together. We're not here with officers manning different stations, and we continue to just utilize maybe a desk officer in a substation in a precinct. We bring these officers out under one roof, and then redeploy them right back out into specific sectors where they respond to calls for service based on their sector. I would really enjoy the opportunity for us to have, and with your colleagues, for us to have even further discourse on this, but not in a public setting.
And I respect that and look forward to that candid conversation offline. Because again, although you see centralized colleagues, again, with you bringing 25 from East, 25 from West, the number still remains 50. And although you bring them under one roof in a centralized location, you still have to man those respective zones that you're moving the personnel from. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, Commissioner nominee Martinez, thank you and congratulations. Thank you for accepting this challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Commissioner Martinez.
Yes, sir.
Building trust with the community is fundamental to effective policing. Building trust. For as long as I have known myself, there has always been a lingering cloud of mistrust when it comes to the public's perception and interaction with the Virgin Islands Police Department. Long before your time, long before any of the former police officers and commissioners who are here in this body. I heard Senator Gittins mention something about the improper fraternization and the likes. In saying that, in talking about trust, in listening to the discussion about improper fraternization, what is your definition of ethics? And is there, in your view, a correlation between police ethics and the lack of public trust in the Virgin Islands Police Department? I know we had a very good and engaging conversation, I believe it was last week, but I wanted to ask that question to you on the public record and get your feedback on that. What's your definition of ethics, and is there a correlation between police ethics and the lack of public trust in VIPD?
Well, in its simplest form, I've adopted the definition of ethics that I've adopted really comes from our police department, our police training academies. You walk in there and there's a poster that says ethics is doing the right thing when no one is looking. And I've adopted that as my understanding and my definition of ethics. Is there a correlation with ethics, with police ethics and trust? Most definitely. And it is that, and it is that issue that has plagued us, the department that is, for years, simply because we have had hundreds of officers. And unfortunately, Senator, we just happen to live in a time where all of the good that you do is usually, and can be, I should say, overshadowed by the issues or those things that one or two do that are contrary to rules and law. But I think in addition to that, we have in the past just had officers who, Senator, are just and should not be on the force. And those are the ones that we need to weed out. Whether we weed them out through evaluations, investigations, or just making those tough decisions when we find that they're involved in certain illicit or wrongdoings. And so all of that builds, Senator, towards the fact that there appears, and at times, not appears, but there at times is this mistrust of the police department. And a lot of it also, as far as trust and confidence, and you and I had the conversation where I said that, is there mistrust with the police department? Yes, definitely. I will never hide from that. But I believe that there is more of a lack of confidence in the department than there actually is mistrust. And that confidence lies on the fact that we have not done our best work in, as Senator Gittins and just about all of the senators alluded to, the fact that we need to do better when it comes to making arrests, to investigating cases, to following up on cases. And it's simply by just coming out and turning the windows down and saying good morning. Those are all the things that contribute to the lack of confidence that then really is an overlay for the mistrust that individuals speak of.
Okay. Thank you for your response. I know we've heard a lot about community-oriented policing over the years, and it seems to be some consensus and acknowledgement that that is the way to go, and it is effective in terms of forging bonds and building trust between law enforcement and communities. I have not really seen a lot of community-oriented policing in the territory. I don't know if it's because there is a lack of manpower, and you're the subject matter expert who can talk about that. But I can imagine, I live in Tutu Valley. I can imagine seeing a single mother living in a house down in the valley who has a son who maybe is 6 or 7 years old, who has a bike. Maybe the bike is there sitting, he got it for his birthday. She has no way of putting that bike up. Okay, she doesn't know how to do it. She doesn't have the tools. I can imagine if we have, in my fantasy, police officers walking the beat in Tutu Valley. Police officers seeing Miss Smith on the side there with her son, the bike there in the box for weeks. Miss Smith, Officer Smith and Officer Todman and I are coming by there tomorrow, and we are going to set up this bike for Johnny. Things like that forges and builds relationships with the community. It seems basic to me. If something like this were possible to happen, next time something happens in that community, Ms. Smith sees something illegal or improper, wouldn't she be much more likely to call you, a person who she trusts, who she was able to build a relationship with? You came there out of the goodness of your heart. I mean, I am not seeing anything like that happen. And I hear talk about community-oriented policing, but I haven't seen it. I have not seen it. Is it just me? Am I seeing something different?
No, Senator, it's definitely not you. We have talked the COP concept for years, and but we've never walked the COP concept. We've used it more as a buzzword than actually as something that's tangible that you can actually put your hands on, or something that we need to do. And I think that these, and it's not just the COP concept, but it's the problem-oriented policing concept and the traditional concept. And that's why I said that, is this multifaceted, Senator, strategy that I want to implement. We haven't done it, but we need to start doing those things. The dynamics of COP, POP, hotspots, intel-driven, traditional, all of them need to be merged into one in this. And again, it goes to this multifaceted strategy I speak of. And then you will start to see things like that. And we have to start under my leadership, Senator. You're not going to ever hear me sitting here or in front of this body and make excuses that we're not doing it because of manpower issues. The manpower issues that we have been long-standing. So we need to find a way to work around it and to get these very things accomplished.
Thank you very much, sir. Final two questions. Are you familiar with the term giglio?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And giglio, for the general public's, what is it? Just for the general public's education.
Is certainly. So giglio is a term that is utilized when officers have been engaged in some type of act, mostly in testifying before the courts, and the courts make a ruling that officer's testimony is not or will not be credible. The officer's future testimony will not be credible.
Are there officers in VIPD that have credibility issues that may cause them to not be qualified to be called as witnesses in court proceedings?
No, they are not.
You said no. So are there any officers that have any giglio issues? Or any issues in
Yes, we have officers where in their files, there is giglio type material that must be shared with the defense. For instance, maybe the officer was testifying or the officer was engaged in an action that may have been deemed to have been unconstitutional, or they made a statement that was may have been egregiously opposite of what the other witnesses or other officers made. However, it is not everything in a file that is deemed to be giglio material, or by an officer having giglio material in their file, Senator, does not mean that the officer is dirty, nor does it mean that they cannot testify or be a police officer.
Okay. I sincerely believe that the vast majority, not just the majority, of our police officers are ethical, upstanding individuals. I believe that I would like to see a stronger cadre of mid-level managers who can be good role models for these young police officers who are leaving the police academy, so that they are positive, strong examples on the force as to how to do their job in an ethical and upstanding manner. Not necessarily officers who are telling them how to beat the system, how to manipulate overtime and the like. That's me on the outside looking in. I think building a police department really starts with building a strong core management team, mid-level managers and up. You can't be every place at the same time. And they are definitely essential, the people on the ground who are doing the heavy lifting, who will determine the success, your failure. All of us are behind you as commissioner. When you succeed and do well, it means that the Virgin Islands from a crime situation is doing well. So I just want to give you, best wishes, best of luck. If there's ever anything that I can do or this body can do, we are here for you. I want to put you on a little caution. This body has 4 or 5 police officers. 4 or 5. But ultimately, you are the subject matter expert who was appointed to serve as police commissioner. So while you can get advice and suggestions and all of that, it's advice and suggestions. Ultimately, it is your call as the head or the chief ranking law enforcement officer once you pass the confirmation process. Commissioner Martinez, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Point of inquiry, Senator Novell Francis, you recognize your point of inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just have 2 quick questions that I'd like to ask. And Mr. Martinez, as you know, I've been in the police department. I did my 25 years and retire, and I have no interest in going back. And I don't want to run the police department. I certainly want you to do the job of running the police department. I wanted to ask you, what are you going to do in terms of providing for training and building the confidence of our young police force? Quite often you hear where officers, when they hear calls for certain things in progress, they're seen going in the opposite direction. And that is very demoralizing to other officers as well, who have to then respond to these calls for service. Have you heard about that? And how would you handle that type of situation?
Senator, yes, not only have I heard about it, but during my original tenure, I have seen it. I've experienced it. So it does exist, and it goes back to my earlier statement about cleaning up our house first before we want to go out to start cleaning up the streets, even though that we have to run both of them parallel. But to address that, again, it starts, and Senator Potter touched on it, and and Senator Francis, again, you are quite aware, you've held a number of positions here. It all falls back on our middle managers. It falls back on our supervisors, and them following through, doing their due diligence, and holding all of our officers accountable. And if in fact it is the supervisors that are running going the next way, then it's the commanders and the deputy chief and the chiefs who need to hold those individuals accountable. It all starts with accountability.
Very well. And my final question to you is in regards to our special operations team, SWAT unit. I believe that will help to build confidence because they know that they have help on the way. What is your position in regards to reactivating your special operations team?
We've started already, Senator. As a matter of fact, I have especially here, in the St. Thomas district, we have, our special operations team has really dwindled down. We've selected, I think it's maybe 10 to 12 young, vibrant, energetic officers. We're training them in-house on a weekly basis to the point where I have directed the chief of police to ensure they're provided with the time to go out and start that training. Now, St. Croix, we're doing a much better job because our numbers are a little bigger, but it's about getting them preparing them for certification. You and I both know that, as you stated, that special operations and understanding that they're coming out does in fact empower some of our younger officers to want to engage because they know they have that backing. And that is something that we need to continue to push.
Thank you very much. Point of inquiry. Senator Viola, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner nominee Martinez, do we have GPS installed in all the cars?
Yes, we do. We have, there are GPSs in 88 of our vehicles. Those GPS are 100% functioning.
88 of how much?
Of 100 and I think about 130 vehicles.
When do we plan to have all 130 vehicles installed with GPS so that at all times you can know exactly where your officers are?
I couldn't give you an exact time frame for when we're going to have those GPSs in every vehicle, because there's some of the vehicles that are going to be taken offline in December when our new fleet comes in, Senator.
You have a target date? I'm just trying to get a target so that what the previous senator spoke about no longer occurs. If you know that somebody is on a 12-hour shift, if GPS are installed in all of the cars, you can tell as to whether or not the car was parked for a long period of time or whether or not the car was moving.
Most definitely. And again, the target date, I would say, is once the new fleet arrives. We're looking at probably January or so before we have all of the January before we have all of the GPSs installed. And on top of that, Senator, one of the things in preparing to come here, as I figured you would ask a question, I actually was updated just yesterday regarding the GPS, because I require the GPS to be working as well, because that's a huge part of the real-time crime center. Because what occurs with that is once we get the center in place, the very same GPS that you've been pounding home to us are going to be a great part, because we can actually dispatch vehicles to calls for or units to calls for service and expedite that response based on which vehicles, which units, are actually closer.
Thank you very much. Point of inquiry, Senator Carrion.
Quickly, Commissioner nominee, I know we are also aware of the links between violent crimes and animal cruelty, and studies have shown that the link between those. My question is, what is the status of the IPD with the animal cruelty division? It's my understanding that those officers have been reassigned. What's the status with that, sir?
Senator, that is a question I can't answer right now. I would have to get back to you on that. I know we've got one or two individuals on St. Croix. I can't tell you what the status of their assignment is. And on St. Thomas, we have one, and that individual was out for quite some time.
Okay, can you provide that information through the chair? We really appreciate that.
Most definitely.
Okay. Thank you very much, colleagues. We have exhausted our 7-minute rounds. Prior to asking for a motion, I will ask Madam Clerk to please read the letter of support for Commissioner Martinez.
Letter for the favorable approval for nominee, Mr. Ray Martinez, for the Virgin Islands Police Department. It is with great pleasure that I submit this letter of recommendation for the favorable approval for the nomination of Mr. Ray Martinez to fill the position of Police Commissioner. I met Mr. Martinez back in 1995 when he was appointed by the former Governor Roy L. Snyder to serve as a member of the Public Employees Relations Board. I was profoundly impressed by this young, bright, and very articulate man who was a firefighter with the VI Port Authority, who wanted to make a difference in this community. Mr. Martinez served both as a board member and the executive director of the Public Employees Relations Board. He was later tapped by former Governor, Lieutenant Governor Luz James II, to serve as his special assistant. He joined the Virgin Islands Police Department, where he served as the special assistant to former Police Commissioner Elton Lewis. He then served as the Director of Internal Affairs and as the Director of the Intelligence Unit of the Virgin Islands Police Department. Governor Bryan appointed Mr. Martinez to serve as the Director of the Law Enforcement Planning Commission, where he made a significant difference. He is now before this body as a nominee for the position of Police Commissioner. a job that I know that he will execute with fidelity, wisdom, and humility. I speak as a former employee of the Virgin Islands Police Department, and I can speak with confidence of the rigors of the job of police commissioner. The job is a challenge, and it requires an individual who has tenacity, who is knowledgeable, articulate, compassionate, has an understanding of his goals and his ability to relate to all persons at all levels. I have spent many years working with Mr. Martinez to recognize that he has the requisite temperament, skill, and academic qualifications, experience, and qualities that I have already stated. The role of the police commissioner is to be the lead administrator of the department. He does not do the job of the chief of police, who is responsible for police operations. The commissioner sets the policies of the administration that are executed by his staff. Mr. Martinez has served in numerous high-level positions that have prepared him to assume the responsibility that this job presents. It is important to consider the fact that the strong leadership qualities that Mr. Martinez possesses inspire individuals not only to respect the leader, but to work along with the leader. The community should have an individual in the position of police commissioner who can respect, have the confidence in, and who will demonstrate his commitment to the safety and well-being of all residents. There is no question in my mind that Mr. Martinez and his team will make a difference within our community. The responsibility falls on all of us to give him the support and prayers and confidence for him to function efficiently. I hope that this body will give him their vote of confidence and their full support so that our community can progressively see a significant decrease in all categories of crime. Please take note that I speak in my individual capacity as an officer of the Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands and not on behalf of the Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands. Sincerely, Reese E. S. Richards, Vice State Chair, Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Chairman, that ends the reading.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, we've exhausted this process. Do I hear a motion? Senator Payne, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and colleagues. I move that the governor's nominee, Ray Martinez, as the commissioner of the Virgin Islands Police Department, be favorably voted on by this committee and forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Payne, seconded by Senator Francis and Senator Johnson. Roll call on the nomination of Mr. Ray Martinez to the position of Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Police Department.
Senator Norville E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr. Yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Carla Joseph, yea. Senator Stephen Payne.
Yes, yes, and yes.
Senator Payne, yea. Senator Milton Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Senator Genevieve Whitaker. Senator Genevieve Whitaker, not voting. Mr. Chairman, you have 6 yeas, 1 not voting.
Thank you. Colleagues, the nomination of Ray Martinez to the position of Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Police Department has been favorably considered by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. Congratulations, Commissioner Martinez. Now we're going to offer you 30 seconds to just give a wrap-up.
Oh, yes, thank you, Senator. And, you know, again, I'd like to thank Governor Bryan for showing the confidence to nominate me to this position, to appoint me to this position. And I also appreciate the questions from this body, as well as the votes of confidence to move my name to the next level. To the officers and civilian staff of the department, I look forward to being your police commissioner and moving our department forward. Thanks again, Senators, for the opportunity to appear before you today.
Thank you, Commissioner Martinez, and congratulations. you're officially released from this session.
Thank you, Senator. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary stands in recess for 2 minutes. Committee on Rules and Judiciary meeting is now back on the record. Mr. Clerk, can you please proceed with reading the items in block number 2?
Block number 2, the UVI Board of Trustees renomination of Oren Roebuck.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Ms. Roebuck, and welcome.
Hello, good afternoon.
All right, we are seeing you, and I think we are hearing you clearly, so we will go ahead. And first of all, thank you very much for accepting the task of the renomination to the very important Governing Board of Trustees at the University of the Virgin Islands. We will ask you to go ahead and proceed with your testimony at this time.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman, Senator Milton Potter, and the distinguished members of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary of the 31st Legislature of the Virgin Islands and other honorable senators present. My name is Oren C. Roebuck. I appear before you today to seek your consent of my renomination by the Honorable Albert Bryan Jr. to serve on the Board of Trustees of the University of Virgin Islands for a second term. As a proud UVI alumna, I am honored by this nomination and humbled by the Governor's confidence in my professional abilities to again serve in this fiduciary role. I have thoroughly enjoyed the last 5 years of service to the university, and it has been an honor to work alongside such a distinguished panel of leaders. I would like to take a moment to recognize the board chair, Judge Henry Smock, for his 20+ years of service on the UVI board. His principled leadership, commitment, and vision has cultivated many of the university's most significant achievements, and I look forward to continuing our work together. I also wish to recognize Board Chair Emeritus, Dr. Alexander A. Moorhead, who I succeed as the Vice Chair of the Board and Chair of the Finance and Budget Committee. Clearly, his are very large feet to fill. Dr. Moorhead's meticulous attention to detail and diplomatic leadership qualities are attributes I strive to emulate. These men have cultivated a platform of excellence, discipline, professional decorum, integrity, and commitment that will foster the growth of the university for decades. I also wish to take a moment to publicly acknowledge and thank the members of my family, colleagues, and inner circle of friends who provide me encouragement and crucial support to allow me to continually serve our community. To my mother, Juanita Roebuck, thank you for your discipline. Thank you for your love, for your support, and your commitment to my educational and career achievement. Thank you to my children, Kiora and Mbiko, who have endured numerous sacrifices while I developed my career and participated in community initiatives. I love them immensely, and I'm extremely proud of the adults they are. I pray that I've given them the foundation to realize their dreams and full potential. My son Mbiko is currently a student at the University of Virgin Islands, so my dedication and service to developing this institution of higher learning is personal. My relationship with UVI started in my sophomore year of high school, when I was enrolled as a part-time student and attended college classes at the end of my school day at St. Joseph's. After graduation, I was fortunate to transfer 15 college credits to Rutgers University to begin my freshman year. Upon graduation from Rutgers, I was a recipient of the Rum Industry Scholarship and returned to UVI to complete my Master's of Business Administration. The attentive faculty and staff at the University of Virgin Islands gave me a sound educational base on which to build my professional career. UVI has played a pivotal role in my success. I currently serve as a Senior Vice President and Region Manager of Banco Popular de Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands Region. In this role, I manage the largest commercial banking portfolio in the US and British Virgin Islands. I have over 30 years of effective leadership experience in organizational development, risk management, and strategic financial planning. I am also deeply committed to serving our community through my volunteer work with Junior Achievement Virgin Islands, the St. Croix Junior Bowlers, the Lord God of Sabbath Lutheran Church, Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, and Boy Scouts of America Troop 7227. When I appeared before this body 5 years ago to seek your consent and confirmation of my appointment to the UVI board, I pledged to be an active and contributing member of the board. I pledged to work harmoniously with all trustees, to maintain the highest level of ethical standards, to be a proud ambassador for the university, and to utilize my skills and knowledge to help the university achieve financial strength and stability. I believe I have held true to that pledge. I have worked diligently with the board and the administration, and together we have achieved numerous successful milestones in the journey to make UVI the premier university of choice. Several accomplishments I'm most proud to have collaborated are the following. Successful completion of the Middle States Commission of Higher Education reaffirmation of accreditation of the university in 2017. Soon after we celebrated our reaccreditation in 2017, Hurricanes Irma and Maria had a devastating impact on the territory and the university campus. But through innovation and pure perseverance, UVI resumed classes within weeks of the impact and successfully completed the fall semester. The Board of Trustees also persevered and promptly resumed our business on September 28, just 8 days after Hurricane Maria. The Executive Committee continued to meet weekly to support the recovery, and by October 21st, the Board of Trustees held its regular scheduled meeting. The dedication and commitment of this board is undeniable. In 2017, the university also implemented an online degree program in partnership with Grantham University and Level Playing Field. The online program is accredited by the Distance Education and Training Council, and it is now administered 100% by UVI faculty and staff. The Board of Trustees also approved a 5-year strategic plan, Greatness Through Innovation, for the period 2018 through 2023. The board actively monitors key performance indicators linked to this strategic plan, with focus on recruitment, retention, and enrollment, academic achievement, academic quality, and development. In 2019, as legislated by this body, the university successfully implemented the Virgin Islands Higher Education Scholarship Program, which provides every territorial high school graduate free access to higher education at the University of Virgin Islands. This program distinguishes UVI as the first historically Black college and university to offer free tuition. Thank you for this truly transformative legislation and your unwavering financial support of UVI. During my first term on the board, the university added 12 new degree programs in the fields of physics, science technology, communication, marine science, agriculture, social work, fine arts, mathematics, and others geared towards filling demand occupations within our territory and the wider Caribbean. UVI opened the inclusive childcare laboratory and diagnostic center on the Orville Kent campus, and a similar center will open shortly on the Albert A. Sheen campus. These centers provide the multi-purpose of delivering research opportunities, practical teaching modules, and vital childcare services to the student community. This project is a true example of how the university can impart innovative programs and initiatives to serve and expand educational, research, and economic growth within the territory. As chair of the Planning Committee, I used my experience and lessons learned in the private sector to enhance the university's institutional risk management plan. We focused significant attention to evaluate and expand the university's list of identified risk, assessment tools, mitigation planning, and monitoring under the main categories of operational risk, legal and regulatory risk, financial risk, and reputational risk. The exercise of identifying and planning for potential risk is vital to sustaining the reputational and financial stability of the university. The university also extended memorandums of understanding, establishing higher education partnership programs and special tuition rates for students from additional entities of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, to include the British Virgin Islands, Anguilla, Antigua and Barbuda, Dominica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. UVI continues its outreach throughout the Caribbean to be the leader in regional education. Annually, the board approves the university's fiscal year operating budget, and we have successfully navigated numerous budget adjustments and constraints to accommodate reductions in allotments during the period fiscal year 2017 through 2020. We did this without reducing headcount, without cuts to staff salaries, and most importantly, without compromising academic delivery. I was privileged to have voted with the board to approve recommendations for 5 faculty tenures, granted emeritus status to 5 faculty members, and conferred 19 honorary degree awards to such notable dignitaries as Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor, Honorable Loretta Lynch, Attorney Bakari Sellers, Dr. Raphael Warnock, and Dr. Iyanla Van Zandt. But I am most proud to have cast my vote to bestow honorary degrees to such notable fellow Crucians who directly impacted my life, as Dr. Stanley Jacobs, Dr. Richard Schroeder, Dr. Simon B. Jones Hendrickson, Dr. Alexander A. Moorhead, and the late Senator Holland Redfield. I supported the expansion of the University of the Virgin Islands Center for Excellence in Leadership and Learning, UVI-CEL, to meet the continuing education needs and support workforce development within the territory. Today, UVI-CEL offers both in-person trainings and over 500 online programs in healthcare, education, entrepreneurship, regulatory compliance, accounting and finance, real estate, grant writing, tourism and hospitality, OSHA, culinary arts, and so many others. And finally, I am especially proud that U.S. News and World Report ranks UVI the #7 top school among Southern regional colleges in its 2021 Best Colleges list. This ranking compares UVI to U.S. colleges and universities on 17 measures of academic quality. This is a true testament to our competitive standards, quality education, and commitment to excellence in academic achievement. There are so many good things happening at UVI, and I am so proud to be a contributor. The University of Virgin Islands' mission is to educate and empower the U.S. Virgin Islands, the Caribbean, and the world through an environment that promotes creativity, innovation, and excellence in teaching, student learning, research, and community engagement. As chair of the Finance Committee, I am committed to ensure the university maintains the financial resources to invest in development and expansion of distinctive academic programs to meet the needs of the Virgin Islands community and the wider Caribbean. I personally contribute each and every year to the development fund. I also lobby my friends, families, colleagues, and my employer to donate to the annual campaign. This year, I, along with Senate President Donna Fred Gregory, joined Dr. Hall to proudly accept an endowment award of $50,000 from our sorority, Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, as part of our national HBCU for Life campaign. We know the value of HBCUs, and we are committed to investing our resources to sustain their legacy. Moving forward, if confirmed, I will work with the administration and the board to achieve the following short-term goals. Opening of the School of Medicine Simulation Center on the Albert A. Sheen campus. Complete the planning, attain accreditation, and open the UVI School of Medicine, which will be the first English-speaking U.S. accredited medical school within the Caribbean, and the first HBCU medical school established since 1975. I will work to develop a state-of-the-art facility to house our School of Nursing, and I pledge you to launch an aggressive campaign to reclaim and retain our student base. I'm sure you can hear in my voice I am deeply passionate about the University of Virgin Islands. I want UVI to be the premier university of choice, distinguished for providing an affordable educational that's accessible to all, and offering the most relevant academic programs to strengthen our workforce and the most recognized research and development opportunities. Today, I humbly ask for your vote to confirm my appointment to serve as a trustee to the board of the University of Virgin Islands, and allow me to continue to work collaboratively to achieve these goals. I thank you for this opportunity, and I am available to answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Roebuck, for your very comprehensive presentation. And just for full disclosure, I know I'm acting as though I don't really know Oren Roebuck, but she was my first boss in the executive branch. Although she's a lot younger than me. She's way, way younger than me, but she was, in fact, my first boss when she was the chief negotiator at the Office of Collective Bargaining. She was always a very level-headed, a very driven, very level-headed, a very talented, and fair-minded individual. And just right out the gate, I'd like to say that we are very fortunate. The university and the people of the Virgin Islands are very fortunate to have her in this very important role on the Board of Trustees. Having said that, colleagues, we will proceed with a 4-minute round. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the renomination of Ms. Roebuck. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. Good afternoon, Senator.
Very well. Before we go into talking about UVI, I want to thank you again for your ideas, suggestions, and in naming the Casino Commission after the Judge Eileen Peterson, and we were able to do that yesterday, and certainly I was delighted to be a part of that process, and I want to thank you for that. So yes, I hear the passion in your voice, and I want to thank you, for your contribution to the University of the Virgin Islands, our hometown higher learning institution, and you seem to be having and enjoying your tenureship over at the university, and that is commendable. Thank you for your enjoyment, your engagement, and everything that you're doing to move the university along. What is it, and I know you talk about a lot of pleasurable moments here, but what are you most proud of in terms of your tenureship over at the University of the Virgin Islands, serving on the board?
Well, first of all, thank you, Senator Francis, for moving forward legislation to honor my aunt, the Honorable Eileen Peterson. And thank you for your confidence in me in my first term serving with the university. I think what I'm most proud of is the university continues to grow. If you have ever sat in on any of our board meetings, we start out the meeting with the president's report. And it's amazing to hear the successes of our students, our faculty, our staff, and the administration in moving the university forward. There is never a period when we are stagnant. We are innovative. We have been able to adapt quickly to changes following the hurricane, following the onset of COVID. We did not miss a semester. We did not close, and we continued to deliver academic excellence.
Well, what is the frequency of meetings? And I know that you are on a very tight schedule in terms of your responsibilities over at Banco Popular, as well as your personal life. What is your what is it like in terms of the meeting? How frequent are the meetings over at the university? And talk about a little bit about your attendance record.
The meetings of the full board of the university are 3 times per year. In between that time, various committees meet to review policy and work within their scope of responsibility. I have served on the planning committee as chair, and currently I am serving on the as chair of the finance and budget committee. And we meet, I would say, twice every quarter.
30 seconds.
And then there are meetings in between that I have with the Dr. Hall. I also serve on the executive committee. So I engage maybe a good 10 to 20 hours of service monthly to the university.
Okay, my time is running closely, but I wanted to hear about some of the infrastructure improvement, especially in your role as the chair of the finance committee. What is some of the plans to address some of the infrastructure improvement over at the St. Croix campus?
Okay, so most of the infrastructure improvement is monitored and managed through our building and grounds committee. I will say from the finance committee aspect, we ensure that there's sufficient funding to provide if there is a need to engage debt to continue progressing on the infrastructure development. Right now, most of what's pending is already funded through either FEMA or disaster recovery funding. So I do not manage or oversee those responsibilities.
Very well. Thank you for your responses. My time has been called, but you could rest assured, and I don't say this too often, you have my full support in moving this nomination forward. I think you have done an excellent job, and I know that you'll continue to do that job on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands and St. Croix in particular. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Much appreciated.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
A pleasant good day, and Ms. Oren Roebuck, I want to really commend you for, again, putting up your hat to be a part and a nominee for the University of the Virgin Islands Board of Trustees. I really think it's commendable, all the work that you have done. And also, I want to applaud you for your steadfast activities as well as commitment to the Board of Trustees. I am very pleased to see that you're an alumnus of the university, and you have not just stood aside as an alumnus, but you have gotten involved, and currently you serve as the vice chair of the Board of Trustees. So I really applaud you. I want to ask you some questions relative, and this is a really hot topic, relative to the stance and the mandate that the university took pertaining to the COVID-19, and wherein they mandated that all students and faculty had to get vaccinated to continue to work, as well as to continue to enroll. I know some students could also study long distance virtually, but tell us, how has that impacted the university, and of course your ideal that the university should become the premier college or university of the Caribbean region?
Thank you, Senator. A part of being a premier institution of higher learning is to provide a space that is conducive and safe for learning. So I voted in favor of the university's policy. It was a board decision. It was not a decision that we took lightly. We received input from the faculty and staff, as well as had a vibrant discussion with the Department of Health and experts in the health field before we came to that decision. Yes, it has impacted enrollment somewhat, but we still have avenues for students to continue their education with our online offering, and be mindful that the university, like all other colleges and universities in the United States, always had a vaccine mandate. We simply added the COVID-19 virus vaccination to the list of mandated vaccines. So a simple answer to your question is, if we want to be the premier institution of learning, we have to maintain an environment that is safe and conducive to academic success.
Thank you.
30 seconds.
Now, I want to ask you just about the planning aspect that you are heading up, or you were heading up. What is on the horizon for the School of Medicine? I know it's already or constructed. I see the building. So tell us on the, you can conclude, because I'm sure my time is going to run out, on the chair's time, what is the plan and when can we see it operating? When is it going to be operable?
Thank you, Senator. There are several milestones that have to be reached before we can actually admit students and operate. The first of which major milestone is to attain accreditation. And at this juncture, we are preparing our application for accreditation. We hope that it will be submitted in November to the accreditation team and then move through the evaluation process. So while we do have a facility, and the facility still has some work to do, it is not completely ready. We anticipate and we are hopeful that we will be successful in the accreditation process. We can then bring on staff during 2022, finalize curriculum, and hope to start admitting students by the year 2023.
Thank you so much, Ms. Roebuck. My time has been called. I really thank you, and I look forward to the school opening.
I as well.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues, and good afternoon to the viewing and listening audience, and good afternoon to Ms. Roebuck. How are you doing today?
I'm well, Senator. Good afternoon.
I'm going to start out by making you comfortable and then probably a little uncomfortable. The comfortable part is you have my support, you have my vote. The uncomfortable part is I too is not in fully support of the mandatory vaccinating. I'm vaccinated, but I was uncomfortable with that decision that the board made. But we're gonna agree to disagree based on our differences in belief, and that holds no difference between us at all. But I just wanted to put it on the record because I think it have created some hardship along the way with some of your professors who is strictly what you would call bush people that believe in bush medicine, people that believe in other remedies and have. In fact, one of the employees I spoke to, he said he haven't seen a physician in over 10 years. He went to these bush doctors and people with that type of medical belief. What's your take with the decision and how is it going in the university as far as staffing, and probably going to lose some of your most experienced staff in the agriculture area department? What's your take with that so far?
Thank you for your honesty and being candid, Senator. The university is a community, and when we are part of a community, we have a responsibility not just to ourselves, but to the community on which we live. And that was my base for making the decision. And I must emphasize again, it was not a decision taken lightly, but it was an informed decision that we made with a lot of information that was provided not just from the faculty and staff themselves, but also who overwhelmingly support the mandate, but also from health officials. I will say that the policy does have respect for individuals' medical exceptions and religious exceptions. And we are in the process of preparing to give opportunities an opportunity to defend their position that may be in opposition of the mandate, and consider that we want to be respectful of all individuals, of all beliefs. At the same time, we do have to maintain a safe environment.
If I may ask, and if you can answer, have anyone been terminated based on this policy thus far?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
You have done an excellent job working during the past 5 years, and there's no doubt that you have contributed and gone the extra mile for the University of the Virgin Islands. Where do you think you need to apply your strengths to improve what is lacking with the board or the university as a whole?
Definitely the strength that I offer is in the planning organization, and particularly with emphasis on financial strategic planning. I have recently asked the administration to work on a debt policy that would outline how the university assumes additional debt and sets a limit on the debt capacity of the university. So that's definitely my area of strength, the financial planning, organizational planning, and I hope to lend more of that support through my chairmanship of the Finance Committee.
Mr. Chair, may I wrap up with 2 more questions? Where do you see the UVI in the next 10 years?
Well, I dream big. Okay. So I definitely see UVI operating a medical school that rises in rank to be recognized as one of the leading medical schools in the United States. I see our enrollment over 4,000. I see us developing additional satellite campuses in the wider Caribbean. So I dream big.
Thank you very much. I want to say thank you very much for you willing to serve and serving, and I quite try to see much bigger and better things at the university. Thank you very much again for your service. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Senator Johnson, thank you very much. Senator Payne, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair, and I really appreciate how you recognize at large that I'm entitled to an additional 2 minutes to my time. I mean, that's heartfelt. I appreciate you, sir. Good morning, Mr. Roebuck. How are you today?
Good morning. Good afternoon. I'm doing well.
I'm glad to see I was able to make you smile a little bit, man, because I know sometimes how these events can be. I'm going to just ask you one question about the vaccine mandate. Was that decision a unanimous decision by the board?
I'm not sure if I can release that information.
No.
It was
I don't want you to
taken
call any
in
names
executive
or
session.
I don't want you to call
So
any
I'm
names or any numbers. Nothing of that nature. Nothing of that nature. I'm just curious.
It was not unanimous. It was a
Okay.
majority decision.
Okay, thank you. How do you see the university's online courses programs progressing in the next 5 to 10 years?
Well, definitely, when we adapted the online program in 2017, we did not foresee 2 Category 5 hurricanes. We did not foresee a global pandemic. And so these events, luckily we had the tool in place to navigate through those events, but these events have taught us how much we can expand and utilize this platform. So I expect that it will be standard in our curriculum going forward and degree programs, and we will continue to expand on it.
And is that program
It's a wonderful tool.
And is it being marketed throughout the Caribbean or even throughout the mainland?
Yes, we do have marketing in place for the program.
Okay, thank you. In your testimony, you spoke about the challenge of retaining and reclaiming your student base. Is this one of the greatest challenges facing the Board of Trustees currently? And if so, can you give details as to what this aggressive recruitment campaign will look like?
It is a challenge. It was a challenge before the hurricane. It was a challenge before the pandemic. For some reason, being frank, UVI has had a stigma by our local population. And I must confess, even when I spoke to my son about going to UVI, it was like, oh, no, it wasn't something he wanted to consider. We have to change that. We have to change that culture and appetite within our own to understand that UVI is competitive at every level. So it is going to entail marketing. It is going to entail the support of the executive and the legislative branch and all parties and all our UVI alum who have enjoyed and benefited from the education they have received. So it's going to have to be a team approach to move forward.
Okay, and as the first branch of government, is there anything that the legislature needs to do to assist you with facilitating the vision of the Board of Trustees moving forward?
I'm so glad you asked that. We always need your support to provide additional resources, financial resources to be clear, to assist us with developing innovative programs and challenges to further our vision. The support of the medical school, thank you. The support of the free tuition initiative, thank you. And we will be coming forward with more initiatives geared at expanding our student base, expanding our learning and academic delivery. And if you can support us legislatively, we will be very grateful.
All right, Mr. Chair, thank you very much for the time. Ms. Roebuck, thank you so very much for your answers. And you know, you definitely have my support. Congratulations, all right? Thank you for the time,
Thank
Mr.
you very
Chair.
much.
Thank you very much, Senator Payne. Senator Whitaker, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to my colleagues, and good afternoon to the public, and good afternoon to you, nominee, Ms. Roebuck. And I want to again thank you for your continued service on the board and also for continuing to step up. So I want to just dive right in One of the questions, because I'm very involved in ensuring that what you have already there at the university, that things are all driving and working together. What would you say as a board member is your vision for the RT Park? What would you say is the vision for the RT Park? Its role really in workforce development and economic development.
Good afternoon, Senator. I must confess that I have not been intimately involved in the planning or strategy of the RT Park. They do have a separate board that governs their direction. And so I really can't say that I have a vision for the RT Park more than their success in moving forward and making full use of the technology infrastructure that the Virgin Islands has to offer.
So I will definitely ask you to dive into that because while they do have a separate board, which I'm very aware, what has happened over the entire time that the park has stood up is that while the board, you guys have oversight over their board and a lot of funds and how the funds are being divvied out and so on, there's a problem there. We don't have time for that during your hearing right now. But as a board member, I would really encourage you to dive in. We can really see some areas of improvement between both the RT Park board itself and the board of trustees, so that we can really see what the park can be. And I do thank certainly Mr. Chapman for his efforts thus far, incredible efforts. But I know that's one of that's definitely a concern. I want to jump in now to the part-time faculty. As a former part-time faculty member, I remember championing small items such as the part-time faculty lounge and real supports for part-time faculty. In this, is there a vision or efforts right now to address facilities? Because I remember there was the same old, same small room for all the part-time faculties, and when every time a vision plan is put forward, little effort was really made to address that. So do you know of any effort to support some basic resources for the part-time faculty?
I have not. Good afternoon, Senator, and thank you. I have not been abreast of issues surrounding the part-time faculty before you have brought this forward. We have made some changes to the compensation scale for faculty, part-time included. And so I will have to take that back and ask some questions of the administration.
Thank you for that, and I'll definitely coordinate on that because that's something that's very lingering. Yes, their salaries, and that's important, but definitely their actual environment that they can do work in. The other item I wanted to dive into concerns farming. One of the things I've pushed for is that our farmers participate in the process of developing an agricultural plan. In your experience, how valuable do you think it is to ensure that the stakeholders are part of the plan? As we sit right now, the task force is only made up of of course, Dr. Hall, Commissioner Nelson. I don't have the board listed right in front of me, but none of the others are individuals who are farmers. What would be your take on trying to maybe advance the efforts for the farmers to be included as a board member?
Okay, so the agricultural program and development of the program will fall under the monitoring and guidance of the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee, ARSA. I am not a member of ARSA, so I won't attempt to speak to what they may be discussing or strategic plan for that. Trustee John Welch is the chair, and I think you would get a better response from him. I can say that ARSA has brought several initiatives before the board, specifically to empowering and improving our agriculture program. And I would hope that our farming community on a whole have had input into development of those programs. It is a priority area for the university and the board, and I am confident that ARSA will continue to move it forward.
And this one last question, it's really concerning transparency. One of the things, as I've noted, as I've participated in your meetings, there really isn't a way for the public to participate, and as a senator, I was actually, I guess, part of the public. How do you visualize more public participation in your meetings and be able for the public to have a public comment period and an ability to participate? The way it's set up right now, I was largely shut out. I have to, it was a little, yeah, how could we shift that so that persons can participate?
Okay. As I stated earlier, the board meets 3 times a year. So by the time the full board meets, it's quite a significant agenda. Our meetings last anywhere from 4 to 5 hours. And so, yes, there's not a lot of opportunity within that forum for public input or outside input. There is an invitation. The public can attend the meeting. And I really would suggest that if any senator or any individual that wants to have input, contact our board liaison and coordinate to possibly participate in the committee meeting level, where there would be better opportunity for engagement.
Yeah, that's an excellent suggestion. So thank you, and thank you for your service. And I definitely look forward to supporting your nomination. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. Senator Ville, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Let me first commend you for the job that you've been doing thus far, Ms. Roebuck. I am happy
Thank you, sir.
I'm happy that you have been recommended to serve a next term because I read in your testimony where you said that, remember, SMAC have been there for 20 years, and it's important to have continuity on these college boards. And it's even better when the person brings capacity to the table. So if you have someone with capacity, you want to try to keep them in that particular position. So I'm glad that you have been renominated once again. I am definitely going to support your nomination. I think that this gives me a little opportunity to speak to the university on the importance of the University of the Virgin Islands in reference to it being the only higher education resource or entity that we have. And I've always told individuals when I hear comments that the university not only serves as a university, but also serves as our community college, because we don't have a community college. So the part-time, everybody goes there, and they have that job of making sure that they're able to provide a higher level of education for our community. I am happy that in the last couple of years, the University of the Virgin Islands have adopted a number of new program areas for study. I'm very, very happy with the Masters in Social Work program that was just started in St. Croix. And how is it going with the accreditation of that program?
Good afternoon, Senator, and thank you for your support of developing that program. I cannot answer that off the bat. Again, that would fall under the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee. I'm hopeful that we will get an update. We're actually meeting on Saturday is our board meeting, and we have several items on the agenda, and I'm sure ARSA will give an update on that process. But I have not been intimately involved.
Okay, and thank you so much. And colleagues, the idea behind the Masters in Social Work is that we had a large number of students who have returned to the Virgin Islands that have a bachelor's degree in psychology, not sure as to what they want to do with a particular degree, and we have a need for social workers, and the Masters in Social Work is a natural feed for the bachelor's in psychology. And I know that they have a number of students enrolled in the program, so I'm very, very happy that the program is going well, and hopefully we'll be able to get accreditation. And if your MSW program is accredited, it carries it to a totally different level. I'm also just super pleased every time I go to UVI graduation on St. Croix and I see those students who are able to receive the bachelor's in nursing, the BSN, because we did not have that program on St. Croix. It was one of the first initiatives that I had back in the 31st legislature, and that program has been graduating anyway from 10 to 15 students annually. And the good thing about UVI nursing program is that 90-something%, 92, 95% pass NCLEX. So when you have such a high passage rate for NCLEX, you know that the program is really sung in terms of the instructors and the information, the knowledge they're imparting to the students. They were just recently able to start back the agriculture program. So I hear a lot of people say, well, what are we doing for agriculture? But we did fund. We started the agriculture program at the University of the Virgin Islands. I think they're now doing an associate, and they're looking at moving on to the bachelor's. So there are opportunities in the Virgin Islands. My only disappointment, and I'll finish now, Mr. Chair, is that when we passed a free tuition bill, there was an expectation that enrollment would grow tremendously. So I just wanted to put it out there to the public. We have free tuition in the Virgin Islands. A lot of states don't have that. We have free tuition right here at our homegrown university. And it is up to this community to make sure that the children utilize those opportunities, because it's right here at the university. So there's no more complaint. UVI was already one of the cheapest universities across the nation, and now it's free tuition. All you got to pay is room and board. So don't stay on the corner, don't complain. Enroll at UVI. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Ville. Well said. Ms. Roba, good afternoon again, and welcome.
Good afternoon.
In one of the many meetings that I've been engaged in since I, was elected to this office, I believe it was the Housing Finance Authority that was here before us, and they estimated that we would need like upwards of 4,000 skilled individuals in order to adequately meet the needs to rebuild our territory post Orman Maria. 4,000 plus, I was shocked. Skilled individuals, talking about electricians and carpenters and welders and masons and plumbers. I know UVI is not in the business of career and technical education. I know you have UVI Cell, which is really a great effort at meeting some of those, short-term educational needs, positions that don't require a bachelor's degree and so forth. But I wanted to know, and I know, you made a strong case that you have really been responsive, you being the university, have been responsive to the needs of the community. My question to you is, in light of what I just said, is there a role for UVI in addressing the career and technical education needs of this community? What are your thoughts on that?
Good afternoon, Senator. And let me just say first and foremost that it was an absolute pleasure working with you back in, and I'm not going to say the year.
Back in the day.
I truly appreciate the collaboration we had as a team and working together. And I'm so proud of your development and success. Definitely UVI plays a role in the needs. Yes, there will be needs for construction, carpenters, electrician, but there's also needs for project management, construction management, for draftsmen, for the professional areas. So we will support the vocational trades as much as we can within our scope of a university, but we also are just looking at programs, whether it's 2-year programs or certification programs for the professional aspects of the workforce that will need to be met. The business management, financial accounting, the environmental science, with all of these federal funds coming down, all of these projects have to have environmental review conducted. And who's going to do that? Are we going to rely on the outside force to do that? No, that is exactly opportunity for us to engage our students and show them where our programs can lead them to support our workforce development. So we are definitely in partnership, and we have a strong partnership role to play in engaging the workforce, developing the workforce.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Ms. Roebuck. In terms of the medical school, and I asked this question to, I believe, Judge Smock when he was here, and Dr. Hall when he was here, and I applaud your efforts in the medical school, progress for the medical school. Now, going to a doctor's office in the territory, going to the hospital, when you look at positions like radiology techs and medical technologists and lab techs, and those important allied health type positions that we don't have Virgin Islanders in those roles. And those are real solid, important career opportunities that are relatively high paying, but we import persons to serve in those capacities for the most part, with some exceptions. Wouldn't it be in our best interest for UVI to consider developing like a school of allied health where those types of programs will be offered?
Absolutely, absolutely, and that is on the table. That is something we're discussing. Even with the Medical Simulation Center, there are opportunities there to expand and provide certification, and all of those are included as we look to healthcare and all of the opportunities that exist for us to strengthen our academic delivery.
Okay. I don't know if it's politically good to say it or bad to say it, but when you talk about vaccine mandates, I believe that UVI took the right position. I really do. I have people and friends and family who oppose my position on vaccine mandates. But to be frank, I think that as a university, the safety, the security of the people in your care is of paramount importance, paramount priority. And to have a sort of roll of the dice process with having a sort of a unclear vaccine policy, I think it's a bad idea. I think that you made the right choice. The board, along with Dr. Hall and the folks, who make these decisions at the university, I think you made the right thing, the right decision. And I think it takes a level of courage to make these types of definitive, well-reasoned decisions. You mentioned that you had the involvement of the experts, the health and safety experts from the Department of Health, the CDC, and so forth. So if you're not relying on objective data from the experts in making these types of decisions, I think it would be irresponsible to take a position that is contrary to what the established experts are saying. Yeah, that's just a thought. My final question, Ms. Roebuck, is what would you say is the greatest strength and the greatest weakness right now of our university, UVI?
Without fear of hesitation, I would say the greatest strength of the university is the people, the faculty, the staff, the administration, the cabinet, the board, everyone that is involved in
esteemed members of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary.
Okay, I don't know if somebody is speaking right now, but please mute your mic. If your name is not Oren Roebuck, please mute your mic at this time. You can proceed, Ms. Roebuck. Sorry about that.
No problem. So definitely the strength of the people that are at the university. When I first entered the university as a student in high school, I was very intimidated walking on the campus. And to have Dr. Simon Jones Hendrickson say, "You can do this, you got this," was such a tremendous impact on my life. And so by far, the people of the UVI are our greatest assets. Our weakness, I wouldn't say it's a weakness, but our opportunity area is resources, having the resources to meet our dreams. As I told you, I dream big. Dr. Hall dreams big, and the board. And there are a lot that we want to do when we talk about expanding programs, expanding our facilities. You know, we have been struggling to make the multipurpose center on St. Croix a reality now for years. And so if we can widen our opportunity to engage resources into our development, into our strategic plan, it can make such a tremendous difference. So that's our strength and opportunity area.
Ms. Roebuck, thank you very much. Colleagues, I think we have exhausted our round of questioning. Point of inquiry, Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to just ask Ms. Roebuck a question. I had an opportunity to get an article, receive an article relative to Huertas College in Puerto Rico. And the senator, the chairman's questioning regarding training and workforce development for the construction trades is what stimulated my question. Because you're seeing some colleges throughout the nation, they are partnering with other entities to actually train young people and train people in the construction industry. This article referenced over 1,000 persons are being trained at this college for the construction trades. My question is, you know, we have such a dire need for this level of skill. Who would be the best entity to take it on than the university? And incidentally, you're talking about resources. You know what resources that they are using to do and conduct this training? CDBG. CDBG resources are being used and capitalized in Puerto Rico to do this training. So my question is, can this be a part of the planning ahead or even now for the university to take a serious look at being that conduit to train our population on a mass scale in the construction trade, similar to what we're doing with the School of Agriculture?
Thank you, Senator. And as I mentioned previously, UVI does recognize the workforce need in the construction, and we are working on various programs that we can offer within our accreditation as a university to fill some of those needs. Can we fill all of them? No. And there is the Vocational and Trade Center that has the capacity, has the curriculum in place to immediately start filling those needs. And I think that is the entity that should take the lead, and UVI will definitely support and give whatever resources we can to expand, but the lead has to come from the Vocational Center. And we will take on the additional programs that are equally important. Because as I mentioned, you cannot move forward without the environmental analysis. You cannot move forward without a construction manager. So it's twofold. It's two sets of needs that are immediately required to move our reconstruction and redevelopment.
Thank you very much, Ms. Roebuck. Senator Viola, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to put on the record that the new degree programs that were started at the University of the Virgin Islands, they're all a result of funding. They're all a result of having a discussion with the university and then providing the requisite funding to start. So the agriculture program didn't come out of the air. It came because a discussion was had. We were able to set up a budget and then move forward. If we're going to talk about vocational training, it is not the responsibility of the university to come out and say, we want to do this. It's the responsibility of this government, which have career and technical education under the Department of Education to develop programs. We just took $9 million and gave to a company from the mainland for workforce development that could be utilized to train our young men in carpentry, masonry, etc. We have more federal monies that we could utilize. So if we want to say that we're going to start a program, then give the university $10, $12 million and tell them to start. But the university can't be the entity that is going to do everything. They're developing our academic programs. We have a vocational component. We have a vocational school that stands empty every single day from 3 o'clock. They have specially designed classrooms for auto mechanic, carpentry, plumbing, electricity, everything. People just need to do their job. We have the monies, but we cannot sit here and just pass it on because the university is here. Let's get a university to do it. No, we have a career and technical center. Now, your idea, Mr. Chair, in reference, and that's a cell in reference to the text, the
Allied Health.
Allied Health. I see that being done through cells, but we have to fund it. You know, do we want dental hygienists? Then we fund a cell program for X amount of years. We give it, they design it, but we have the capacity, but we're not utilizing the federal funds. I don't want UVI to be placed in a position, absent a fund, that we're saying, oh, you should be doing this, doing that, absent of any funding or absent of any type of dialogue with the university. That's just not fair. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
I think you're right, Senator Viole. I think what happens with UVI is that it's like you have employees on a job and you have that one employee that just gets things done. He does all the work, and somehow you end up giving him all of the work. And that sort of ends up happening with UVI because you have an idea, you pass it on to UVI, and it gets done. And it's an unfortunate reality because you have entities in this community that should be doing things, that are charged with doing those, with those responsibilities. So I think the question really just speaks to UVI's ability to get things done. Colleagues, I think we've exhausted Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. Hopefully I wouldn't take the full 4 minutes as I wholeheartedly support this nomination to the Board of Trustees. How are you today, Ms. Roebuck?
I'm well. Good afternoon, Senator.
Great. Thank you for your willingness to continue serving your community in the capacity in which you were nominated. Now, I couldn't help but to see that your questionnaire responses places heavy emphasis on the medical school in which I was a sponsor. This is a great step forward for our university, but given that the university is our only institution of higher learning here in the territory, do you believe it is meeting the needs of our community? And if not, what are some of your ideas in this regard that we can better meet the needs of our community?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, I do believe UVI is meeting the needs, whether through our degree programs, our online programs, our cell programs. We are evolving, continually changing to meet those needs and adding programs to meet the needs. As I indicated, we've added, just in my tenure, 12 additional new programs. So I do believe there's more to be done, and we're always looking at where do we go, what next. how can we expand? How can we do it better? Just looking at agriculture, we've moved from just basic agriculture, horticulture courses to now agriculture as a business prospect, and what is needed for our community to develop the agriculture needs into a business format. So we're continually evolving, and there will always be needs, and we will continue to try to address those needs as funding permits.
Thank you. Now, while there have been some improvements, we're still looking at some of our top jobs in hospitality and marine industries going to those outside of the territory. Do you have any ideas as to how we can better prepare our local students in these areas?
I think the gaps that we're seeing now across the board, every single employer is having challenges right now to fill vacancies, and we have a brain drain. We have a problem with capacity right now, and I don't have the answer as to how we get locals to stay or to come back or to engage. Right now in my private sector at the bank, I have well over 30 positions available, and my positions they pay bonus, they have full insurance, we have a signing bonus. And we are having a great difficulty in identifying resources to work. So it's not necessarily an issue with the university, more than it's a community issue that all partners will have to engage in.
And how do you believe we can continue to promote UVI's identity as the premier university of choice throughout the Caribbean?
Well, continuing with developing relationships, whether satellite campuses, whether it's memorandum of understandings between universities and the wider community, Caribbean, additional tuition agreements for students. There are different formats that we're using to pull the Caribbean closer and to meet not just our needs, but their needs, and create a strong Caribbean workforce.
Thank you so much for your response. I'll just say this in closing, that I have been in contact with the president of the university with regards to a conversation with our public libraries, as I really believe that our public libraries are at a disadvantage and does not get the attention it deserves, being under the Department of Planning and Natural Resource. So I'm hopeful in the future that we'll be able to have a conversation on this, you and I, and that you will also support this initiative, as I know that the president is very interested in taking on this responsibility. Thank you so much again for your willingness to serve, and I look forward to supporting your nomination.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Motion, Senator Francis, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I move that the renomination of Oren C. Roebuck to continue to serve on the University Board of Trustees for the District of St. Croix be approved by the Rules and Judiciary Committee and sent to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Francis, seconded by Senator Gittins and Senator Joseph, and Senator Payne and Senator Johnson. Seconded by everybody. Roll call on the nomination, the renomination of Ms. Oren C. Roebuck to the University of the Virgin Islands Board of Trustees.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr. Yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Carter J. Joseph, yes. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. Senator Payne Sr., yes. Senator Milton D. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Milton E. Potter, yay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Senator Whitaker, yay. Mr. Chairman, you have 7 yeas.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, the nomination of Oren C. Roebuck to the University of the Virgin Islands Board of Trustees has been favorably considered by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. Congratulations, Ms. Roebuck. I'll now afford you.
Thank you so much.
I'll afford you 30 seconds just to give a wrap-up comment.
I want to say thank you so much for your vote of confidence in me, for our engagement today. Thank you to Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr. for this reappointment, and to all my board colleagues for the collaboration and the work that we do together. And as a final comment, I know Senator Payne had asked me earlier, what can this body do? And yes, this body can legislate and provide support, resources support, but I would like each of you to dig in your personal pockets also and join the UVI campaign and give to our development fund to show your commitment and your support for our academic excellence. So thank you all.
Thank you very much, Ms. Roebuck, for that challenge. We will meet that challenge.
Thank you.
Ms. Roebuck, you are officially released. Congratulations on your renomination. You're officially released from this session.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
You too. Take care. Colleagues, the Committee on Rules and Judiciary will take a 1-minute recess. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please read the agenda for block number 3?
Bill number 34-0074, a resolution honoring and commending Holland L. Redfield II posthumously for his expansive and continued contribution to the island of St. Croix and the entire Virgin Islands community as a whole, through his role in various areas of service in the territory, and awarding him the Virgin Islands Medal of Honor for public service posthumously. Sponsored by Senator Samuel Carrion, Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker, co-sponsored by Senator Stephen D. Payne, Sr.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Who speaks to this bill?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Senator Carrion, you are recognized for your introduction.
Thank you, sir. And good afternoon to all my colleagues. Today, colleagues, it's bittersweet. Sweet because Bill 34-007 honors and commend Holland Redfield posthumously for his expansive contributions to the people of the territory. And we are awarding him the Virgin Islands Medal of Honor for public service. Bitter because in a few hours, Holland's body will lay in repose in this very room as we prepare to say our final farewell. So bittersweet indeed. I would like to once again extend my condolences to the family and to the entire territory that is mourning his passing. Bill 34-0074 was heard and voted upon favorably in the Committee of Government Operations and Consumer Protections on October 12. I would like to thank my colleagues as well as the testifiers for their unwavering support. This resolution primarily seeks to honor the countless sacrifices, contributions, and outstanding public service to the territory made by Holland L. Redfield, or Dr. Redfield. The record is there, and his legacy is written. Lastly, amendment number 34-372 will be presented, which adds a whereas clause stating Holland was reelected to the 22nd legislature, where he served as a Republican charge affairs while leading the charge for the Revenue Enhancement Act of 1998, and by changing the verb tense since in some areas. This phrase was erroneously left out, and it's necessary that the bill this truly reflects in the bill an accurate depiction of the great work that Holland Redfield did. My one regret is we're not able to move this measure while he was still alive, as this was something that we introduced at the beginning of our term here in the Senate. And I truly agree with the phase to give the flowers while the person is still alive, and then you can enjoy them. Colleagues, once again, I ask for your support, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. Colleagues, Senator Giddens, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, in the essence of time, I respectfully move to waive any debate time for Bill number 34-0074. At this time, I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Gittens, seconded by Senator Francis. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill 34-0074, a resolution honoring and commending Holland L. Withdraw. We have an amendment, so the amendment.
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 Senator Francis, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I offer amendment number 34-372 on the behalf of the bill's sponsor, of Bill 34-0074, the Honorable Senator Samuel Carrion. Bill number 34-0074 is amended in the preamble, page 2, 1, before the whereas clause, and line 18 by inserting a new whereas clause that reads, whereas Alan Redfield was re-elected to the 22nd legislature where he served as a Republican charged affairs while leading the charge for the Revenue Enhancement Act of 1998, and 2, on line 18 by striking after serving 6 terms in the legislature of the Virgin Islands. Number 3 on page 2 by adding a new whereas clause after the clause on line 18 that reads as follows. Whereas Holland served 6 successful terms in the legislature of the Virgin Islands, and number 4 by changing the verb tense of whereas clauses as appropriate. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Francis, seconded by Senator Joseph and Senator Payne. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Motion, Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your motion.
Much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that bill number 34-0074, a resolution honoring and commending Holland L. Redfield II posthumously for his expansive and continued contribution to the island of St. Croix and the entire Virgin Islands community as a whole through his roles in various areas of service in the territory, and awarding him the Virgin Islands Medal of Honor for public service posthumously. It's a big word. As amended, be moved by this committee and forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Joseph, seconded by Senator Johnson, Senator Payne. Roll call on bill number 34-0074 as amended.
Senator Norvell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carter J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Stephen D. Payne, Sr. Senator Payne, Sr., yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Senator Whitaker, yea. Mr. Chairman, we have 7 yeas.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Colleagues, Madam Clerk, colleagues, bill number 34-0074, resolution honoring and commending Holland L. Redfield II posthumously for his expansive and continued contributions to the island of St. Croix and the entire Virgin Islands community as a whole through his roles in various areas of service in the territory, and awarding him the Virgin Islands Medal of Honor for public service posthumously has been favorably considered by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. That's it. Consideration. Point of personal privileges. Senator Giddens, you recognize for your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just wanted to quickly explain that the reason for me requesting to waive the debate time, the bill was heard and debated on or about October 12th in the Committee of Jurisdiction, which I believe was Government Ops. And today, as the bill sponsor stated, the body of former Senator Redfield will be later stayed here at the legislature. So therefore, in the essence of time and for preparation of the arrival of the body, I move to waive all debate time. I just wanted the viewing and listening audience to understand the reason for doing that. Also, motion.
Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your motion.
Mr. Chair and colleagues, I move that bill numbers 34-0047 and 34-0062 be placed on the next Rules and Judiciary Committee meeting calendar. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Gittins, seconded by Senator Francis, Senator Joseph, and Senator Johnson. Having no objections? So ordered. Okay, colleagues, we've exhausted today's. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your point of personal privilege.
Quickly, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to thank you and thank my colleagues and all the members of the Committee on Rules for unanimously voting favorably on this resolution, and also to remind the public that the body of former Senator Dr. Holland Redfield will be laying in repose here at the St. Croix Chambers from 3 to 5, and our condolences once again to the family and to the whole St. Croix community that is mourning the passing of a great statesman that has contributed so much to our territory. So may his soul rest in peace, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well said, Senator Carrion. Colleagues, the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, we have exhausted our agenda for today. Thank you very much for your contributions. And we will officially but the next scheduled meeting of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary will be in early November, where we will be hearing those two bills that were removed from today's agenda. November 8th is the date of the next Rules Committee meeting. Committee on Rules and Judiciary is hereby adjourned.